Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Eric Lucasian with TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing, and we have Whelpcakes with us from 949 Sim Racing. Hi, Philip.
Hey Eric, how's it going?
Great. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, man. Ready to get into some endurance racing around Laguna Seca, which is a wonderful circuit for this kind of multi-class racing, in my opinion. I love it when IMSA does it.
Yep, it's a very, very exciting day for us today. This is the first round of the TRACKILICIOUS and 949 Sim Racing Partnership Endurance event, and we are at Laguna Seca for our 4-hour driver swap event. Very exciting. We're really happy to see the two communities come together as we see one of our beef stewards team roll through the corkscrew. That cracks me up. What a hilarious livery.
Oh yeah. The beef, beef stew, beef soup. I don't want to speculate on any other kinds of contents, but yeah, that's a wild livery. You guys do have some other really awesome liveries that amongst the community. What other liveries on track right now are you interested in the most?
To be quite honest with you, I have not had a chance to roll through what the guys have uploaded. I know we do have some customs, as we see the the Miller Lite Freedom livery on the Camaro.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we've got rolling on here. We do have the Flying Lizard, the black and red Flying Lizard, a bit of a classic classic Aston Martin green with the highlighted. I guess it's a recent classic. You know that they have the super power highlighter off color. Then Robert Lewis, who I believe is a 949 guy.
Yeah, I think he's just running an in-game. We've also got the 949 Lexus running an in-game as well. I goofed up the livery on upload, so that's on me.
We could see if we can get that fixed before the race. Oh, this is a cool one. So if I'm able to, I'll bring up what this is based off of. So in real life, I run on a Lemons team who are actually at Gingerman in Michigan right now, running a 24 Hours of Lemons race. And this livery,
Nice.
it was the Garbage Can Motors livery, and this is based off of a company here in Grand Rapids, Michigan called Garage Kept Motors, who deal with high-end car consignment. Some super cool cars they have in their garage that are for sale right now. So I encourage for those who are on here to go check them out and manage to hop on their team. So we have the TRACKILICIOUS livery on there as well, the TRACKILICIOUS logo. It was based off of the idea of was it 2020 being an absolute trash of a year. So
Oh yeah.
couldn't light that garbage can more on fire. So let's go through, see what else we've gotten on here. And I'm gonna
One thing I did want to point out, so we got, I believe it's 3 minutes 55 seconds left in the GT4 qualifier, and right now it looks like the 747 Aston Martin, I believe that is Mike B. He's got 5 laps on track, and he's got the 1:30.804 to put him on top of the timesheets in GT4 right now.
Yeah, that's a great catch. And what we could do is let's pop race control on here and see what we've got. So we have I think that's Mike Burkhoff, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of our guys. So Mike Burkhoff in first place, Alsano Boiro in second, Robert Lewis 949 third, Jarek Snyder in fourth, Eric Miller fifth,
Will Bruner. Yep.
Will Bruner, and then Mo Vassal in seventh place. I know Mo kind of recently hop back on his rig, having been away for several weeks, so he'll take a minute to warm up, but I'm sure he'll get his pace up quite quickly during the race. So,
Yeah, it's interesting right now because we got a gap between is that Boro and Lewis for P2 on the grid right now. About a half second for best of the rest. in that fight. But yeah, Mike B with that 30.8. That is that's a quick one. Currently topping timesheets in sectors 1 and 3. Yeah, and the pace is really close between him and Boro. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting fight in GT4 between those two guys.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I do think that's Mike Burkhoff, who's I mean, he's a really quick guy, a regular at Tracklicious Sim Racing. So I think that battle between Boro and Lewis is going to be definitely interesting. I'm mixing my names up here because they all have B's in there. And
yep.
If I may take the liberty of calling him Bob Lewis for a second, just to make my comment more valid, we have Bob Lewis, Sapporo, and Burkhoff all in the top 3. So
I don't know if I could call Beltan Bob. I think he might punch me in the face. But you, however, might be different. He might be a little bit more sensitive. He might be a little less sensitive about that to you.
It was just to make the comment work. I made a poor comment, but in order to make it work, I had to take the liberty. But that'll stop right there.
That said, anytime someone wants to give him a jab in the ribs, it's no skin off my back. He jabs my ribs all the time. So what else do we got going here? So it's probably about time for the GT3s to head out on track.
Yeah, so just so that we let our audience know, so the way we're doing qualifying is we have an hour qualifying window, and the GT4s got to go out first, and they had a half hour to go out there, and then the first half hour is GT4s, and the second half hour is going to be the GT3s.
So yeah, so we've got a sizable chunk of time for the GT3s. So we're going to get a lot of good hot lapping action from those cars here in a bit. For the folks that are in your GT3 category, who do you feel like are going to be the big contenders on track? At least from the Trackalicious folks.
Okay, so going down the list, we have Josh Willis, who's currently in first place in our GT3 championship. We have Andrew Pickerel, who is, I think, top 5 right now in our GT3 championship. Travis Valdez, who's a returning customer, took a little bit of a break and is back in our community now, is a 1, 2, 3 driver frequently. Harris is a new guy in our community. I don't know how he places. I think he's a mid-pack driver. So I think between Josh, Willis, Pickerel, and Valdez, we have 3 people who are at any day could be first place. Now that's going to be an interesting mix there to see how that battle goes through. So how about you guys? I know I've seen Costi there be really fast and very capable, so that name's familiar for me.
I'm just happy to see Giuseppe, as we affectionately refer to him as sometimes, not in a lawnmower. He's out on track in the 949 Lexus, which is my personal whip. I was taught that car by the likes of the legendary Mike Jackson, or as we affectionately refer to him as Papa Kame, because he's Sakame's dad. And then Joseph Kostovich, I ran the 12 hours of Nürburgring with them in the Lexus, and it was such a blast. They decided to bring it back. So Mike Jackson and Kosti are in the car. Looking forward to seeing what those two can do. Let's take a look through the rest of the field. I'll pull that up on my end.
You know what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go for the in-car view with Josh here, because he's going to put down some really quick laps here.
Absolutely. Would you like me to do a track walk around Laguna for the folks at home?
Absolutely, that'd be a great idea.
All right, so we just went through the left-hander kink, and he's going through the double left-hander at Andretti hairpin. Turn 3, turn 4, very tricky to get nailed down, especially with a Porsche car if you're getting a very slippy rear end. But if you can carry enough speed through turn 4, do that fast right-hander on approach to turn 5, and then you blast up the hill towards the very dangerous the kink, which I think might catch a few people out if they're not if they're on the brakes a little too late, maybe taking a little too much risk. But then you got the corkscrew coming up with the right and downhill left-hander. The other curve that I'm interested to see is anybody going to take a gamble to the fast left-hander at turn 9? The double left-hander right after the corkscrew. Just looking at some of the footage I've seen from Willis so far, the rear end's getting a little bit slippy, but through turn 10 and into the final hairpin at turn 11, he seems to get good traction out of the low-speed corners. I think the Porsche is going to put down a pretty quick one.
That was a 1:23.982. Great baseline lap.
Yep. I think he's got more in the car though.
Oh, for sure.
Little bit of traction slippage on corner exit, or actually mid corner through some of the more mid-speed corners. I'm interested to see if he can get the rear end of that car nailed down. It could be a condition where we're in qualifying right now, and if the track is in that optimal conditions, it's not fully rubbered in, might be dealing with a little bit of traction loss at the rear.
On the outside view here from your screen. Yeah, Josh, you know, one of the cool things is Josh was probably a solid mid-pack driver coming in from last season, and in the break he, through some hard work, just found this next level speed that we've never seen from him before, and has been really representing the GT3 Porsche very well. A couple of first places, seconds, thirds, and managed to drive back from first lap incidents to a solid position, solid finish. So I expect to see a very, very solid race from him today.
And as far as times right now, he is putting in some real bangers. On my side, let me pull this up on mine. Coasty is out on track. He's just hitting the corkscrew, and he's currently, he just got pipped by, is that Andrew Piper?
Andrew Pickrell.
Pickrell, okay.
Yeah.
So Pickrell put in a 24.237, pipped Coasty by almost 4/10. But right now there is a significant gap between Willis and P2, P3. Actually, Coasty's starting to take a tumble down the order a little bit. Doesn't improve his time or his position in the 949 Lexus. Looking also around on track, I don't see anything in terms of like really big positive gains. I did see that, is that Chris Caddis in the 13 putting down the 24.6. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Chris, who's in an Aston Martin around here. I'd love to see the Astons at Laguna. I feel like people that can master Laguna Seca in the Aston Martin in particular are a rare breed. Low-speed traction corners like turn 11, even sometimes the exit of the end-ready hairpin. The turbo lag on the Aston can kind of make them a little bit more vulnerable than I think they'd like to be. But when you're fast in an Aston around here, you're just a fast driver.
You know, we did see, so we recently had our round in Laguna Seca last week for our GT3 series, and the ones that really showed strength were the Porsches and the Astons, and we did have some rain, so that's probably where the Aston found some stability and an edge on the other drivers, or we could have just had the great drivers on the Aston. We do have a solid Aston team, so all three drivers in our Aston team ended up qualifying quite well. Very impressive. Racing and ending up quite well. Their qualifying positions were great, but their race pace was phenomenal as well.
So I'm seeing an Aaron Free getting in the car now. Is that Willis hopping out, letting Aaron get in to get some seat time before qualifying is over, perhaps? Eric, about the format for this multi-class driver swap, what sort of details can you share with the audience about what to expect for the race over the next 4 hours?
So as I give the audience an opportunity to look at the times that have been put down by everyone, it is a 4-hour endurance, and you can have a range of 1 to 4 drivers. And the way we balance that out is that there's a 75-minute stint limit that is controlled by the game. So if you run more than 75 minutes, it'll automatically give you a 130-second penalty. So you really don't want to do that. And it's a driver swap endurance, so every time someone comes in, you have to spend 30 seconds in the pit, whether you do a driver swap or not, which balances out teams having either one driver, 2, 3, or 4.
So that's going to be very interesting with the stint management. I also feel like with a track like Laguna, which I'm not sure. Let me actually check my broadcast app details. Are you guys running this on accelerated time? It looks like you are.
Oh yeah, so that's going to be the fun part, is we have 3 times time speed. So the race is going to go into the night, which is going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, and I'm betting, I'm just gonna hazard a guess here, that the drivers are going to be having a little bit of fits managing those tire changes in between those stint swaps, because it's going to be very aggressive, the amount that they're going to have to tweak the tires up in pressure to try and get those tires up to temperature as we start to get closer and closer to those twilight hours.
And not only that, but I think we try to represent, in our regular GT3 and GT4 series, we try to represent the weather as accurately as we can to the climate of the track, climate and the time period of which the track is in. We might have turned a knob a little bit too high on the wetness, but that has resulted in some really exciting racing.
Oh
now,
yeah.
I don't know if
absolutely.
I don't know if that was adjusted for the endurance, but we could expect to see some rain.
Oh, interesting. That could be that could definitely throw a wrench in the works for some. Which I like it. I like it when you put some of these drivers that are operating at like at this level, and you put them inside those mixed conditions. I really like seeing who are the drivers that adapt most to the unexpected. I was actually watching a fascinating video where they were talking about F1 simulators at Mercedes-Benz, and they were talking about how they run Monte Carlo models before the race, which is like, let's take the drivers, let's take the track, let's take what we think the conditions are, let's take how many laps we think it'll go, let's take the tire compounds, and run the simulation millions of times, and we're going to change individual values randomly, one at a time, just to see if that scenario pops up. How do I react to it? Now, we don't have anybody running in Monte Carlo models that I at least think so in this group. But at the same time, too, those drivers that have that kind of like sensitive brain, not a computer brain, a sensitive brain, they can change, they can sense the track conditions, they can sense the feel for grip, they can sense where the dry line is, they can sense how tire deg is a factor. It's going to be very interesting to see if people are going to be flexible enough to actually adjust when that random wrench gets thrown in the works.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, before we had supercomputers, and what do they call them? I'm at a loss for the word, but I'll find it later. But the ability to run these random calculations, it really came down to driver feel, right? Like the driver was, and still is to a certain extent, the computer, right? Mm-hmm. They take in the data of what they feel in their butt, right, from the rear of the car, and in their hands from the front of the car, and compute that into what it needs to be done to the car, and communicate that to the engineers, to the driving style itself. So really, you could say that they're the OG computers in racing.
Absolutely. I think again, the thing that, especially with a track like Laguna, it's going to be critical for these drivers to be able to react to the randomness that can get kind of like thrown in the works. Now, one thing is with a 14 car field, the other factor I think is going to be, you're going to have a little bit more freedom to plan out kind of when you take your pits and where you cycle out in regards to traffic. But that is if you're paying attention to that sort of thing. If you're a person that's just like, I'm just going to drive for 65 minutes straight, go straight in the pits, take tires, take fuel, and go back out, you might end up putting yourself out in traffic unnecessarily so. So with a field like this around a track like Laguna, being a smart driver or being a smart person who's spotting for your friend while they're out on track, that is going to give those teams a distinct edge.
Yeah, and I feel like I've seen this from your crew as well, from the 949 crew, as well as some of our topper end, from our higher end drivers. They do have the ability to step outside the car and really assess what's going on in the race. And now, being a driver swap endurance with teams of 2 or more, I think we do have 1 or 2 solo drivers that are going to be at a disadvantage not having that spotter, but those that do have teams are going to be able to, as Aaron cooks it and the kink right before the corkscrew, they are going to have that strategic advantage to be able to sit in the server, look around, see where the cars are placed, how they're doing relative to others, maybe even figure out whether they're ahead in pit strategy or not. So definitely something that's going to be a huge advantage being in a team of 2 or more.
Indeed, I think I think the other thing that is going to be interesting is traffic management relative to the other classes that are out in this field. Because while we do have 14 cars on track, we do have almost a pretty even distribution between GT3 and GT4 representation. What do you think about traffic management, especially on a course like Laguna?
That is, I'm a huge fan of shaking things up, because the fast drivers are generally the fast drivers, and the slower drivers, or let's say the improving drivers, are the improving drivers. It's going to be a challenge for some of these guys to maintain their gap and their advantage over others based off of their ability to drive through traffic. Pace is one thing, qualifying speed is one thing, being able to put a fast down is one thing, being able to race wheel to wheel is another, being able to overtake is a skill in itself. And putting these GT3 drivers, with the presumption that all of our GT3 drivers are going to be faster than our GT4 drivers, in a situation where they'll consistently have to overtake cars, is going to change the game a little bit. It does change and give an advantage to those who know when, where, and what risk level to take advantage of in a course such as Laguna that is extremely difficult to overtake.
I agree. I think I think you hit it spot on. Being able to gauge your level of risk relative to where you are on the track, and the class, not only the class of car, but the class of driver that you're behind. Drivers that take advantage of a little bit of track awareness are definitely going to be more successful here. Looking at the timesheets, quick check-in for the folks at home. What do we got in terms of the timesheet leaders in GT3?
So let me pop up our race control here so we get a good view of the field. All right, so we have Travis Valdez in first with a 22.7. Aaron Free and Josh Willis in second with a 23.0. Followed by Coasty with a 23.4. Aaron Harris 23.7. Andrew Pickrell 23.9. So really tight midfield there. Cadiz 24.6, and then MB, which I think is Burkhoff, with a 30.8. Now that's, that's going into the GT4s. I was surprised because Burkhoff's not a slow guy, so I mixed my GT3s and GT4s up there. So ending the field up with Cadiz in 24.6. So a bit off the pace, but again, there's so much that's going to be going on in this endurance, between pit strategy, between the ability to drive through traffic, that even someone that could be, let's say, a second off the pace may find some advantages and gain the time back in the pits.
Yeah, I think managing your pit stops, using that, especially with the track position advantage, to try and pull undercuts over folks that you're trying to chase down on track, or even trying to pull undercuts to try and maintain a gap. It's going to be very challenging to try and weigh all of those factors while at the same time you're driving around in a car with 3x time progression and multiple classes and categories out on field. The thing that I noticed there from the timesheets that you had pulled up there, from P2 to what, like about P6, P7, they're all within about a second of each other. So Valdez seems like he's running away. He's like 4/10 ahead of the field. Or actually, I think he might even be further than that. No, he's about 3/10 ahead of the field.
3/10.
But I was looking at like, oh yeah, it's about to P. I want to say P5. You got about a second between P2, P5. So that is going to be an interesting pocket to pay attention to, especially when you start getting into the pit stops. The pit stop cycle. That is a good question. How long is the pit lane around here? I don't have that data for you yet, Frontman. One thing that I can do though, Eric, if we check back in on that when the pit stops kick in, what I like to do for Frontman 24 in chat is really just take a look at how long people are taking in the pits. Because having pit lane is one thing, but we know they're going to have that driver swap. And we know that, is there a mandatory fuel or tire change that has to happen during pit stop sequence?
No, I don't think there is, but I mean, if you are going into the pits and are going to be there for 30 seconds anyways for the driver swap, then you might as well change the tires.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do, especially for my man Frontman 24 in chat, is let's take a look at what that first pit stop cycle looks like, because I want to see what these drivers are doing in terms of taking time in pits themselves.
So we do have Dr. Grim Reaper here, who is actually Josh Willis, one of the admins, and the person who really helped set up this endurance event for us, is saying that you do have mandatory tire change for your pit stops. And I think that's an effort to balance out the to make sure that people who are driving solo get stopped in the pits for at least 30 seconds.
That, and then also I bet it's probably it's a real advantage for everybody across the field. They're going to be stopping in, getting that fresh rubber at least 3 times during the race, so that will, people are going to come out on fresh tires, fresh grip. We're going to see some good, close, fast racing, hopefully, and that is definitely going to factor into the result here. But I'm definitely going to be paying laser focus on how long people are sitting in these pits, because a friend of mine who races with us, who does some endurance racing and some of the other events and stuff, Mr. Zach Patterson, Zabzy on Twitch. The key to endurance racing is you want to minimize time loss, penalties, accidents, time in the pits, mistakes on track. The more time you bleed, you can't get it back. It will never come back to you. So it's going to be interesting. So I'm going to be paying laser focus, especially on the pits here at a track like Laguna.
Yeah, and I did want to point out something interesting about the pits. Laguna is a particularly challenging pit lane, and challenging pit entry and pit exit, in that you have this really tight right left that you get into, and the speed limiters is really after a straight, right? So you have to really calculate your braking point to make sure that you don't go past that brake limiter over the speed, otherwise you get hit with that 30-second, I think it's a stop and go penalty. And then the tight left-hander, which, you know, we saw Roman Grosjean take that little pace car into the wall a couple of weeks ago, or was it last week? Yeah. So even for the best of the best, quite a challenging lane going into. But not only that, you go through this pretty long pit lane under the bridge here. Let's fly through, and going into this slight kink of a left-hander into a hairpin that is quite a narrow lane. So this is another thing that you could, if you really have practice, could gain a lot of time on.
Absolutely. And the thing that is also going to be interesting is, depending on how you filter out of this hairpin, so you filter out right on the exit of the Andretti hairpin. And if you've got close battles that are fighting into that double left-hander, you come out right on the racing line in terms of being basically just right in the mix. So finding your methods for filtering in and out of traffic around here is going to be pretty critical.
Yeah, as Crow adds, who's I believe running in the GT Force.
Roads. I think I actually saw.
Yeah, Crow Heavenborn. I think he's running the GT Force. As it is quite bumpy in that pit exit as well.
Yeah, he's running the Beamer.
Yeah.
In,
Oh yeah.
GT4.
Yes.
But
Yes.
alongside,
Of course.
you're running it with Will Bruner there, who races in our 949 GT Sprint Series as well. So a little TSR 949 collaboration in Car 14.
You know, and that's great to see. One thing I love about you guys is it's such a friendly community. I love that we have started this thing together, and really working on expanding our communities as a larger North America community. You guys have been awesome. I appreciate you guys joining us for this endurance. I appreciate you guys willing to partner up. So thank you to you, Philip, Welp, and the rest of the 949 community as we do our first combined driver swap endurance together.
Oh, absolutely. This has been so awesome to do. Thank you guys for doing the back-end server mechanics for this event, and looking forward to seeing what some of the other events we have coming down the road in this endurance series. What other tracks are we racing at in this series?
If I am not mistaken, we have, it's either Silverstone or Nürburgring. I think it's Silverstone, another 4-hour, and then we have 8 hours of Bathurst.
That is going to be very interesting. Bathurst is a very spicy track, and I'm also kind of looking forward to a track like Silverstone. I love it. It is a what I feel like a lot of people characterize it as a power circuit, but I really love the tight, complex turn sequences like at Village and the Loop. When you go into Brooklands and you're going through Luffield to finish out the laps, those very like tight, intricate turn complexes at a track like Silverstone, especially after you're blasting down some long straights there, that is going to be a lot of fun. And as anybody that watches F1 at home knows, you got some pretty spicy locations as well, like Cobbs.
Yeah, so I actually just went online to tracklicious.com/simracing and just to confirm. So my evil self kind of exaggerated a little bit. We're actually doing 4 hours of Bathurst on November 13th and then 8 hours of Silverstone on December 11th. So we are looking to really fill out this 50 grid driver swap endurance for both events. So if anyone online interested in joining us, by all means, we're looking for some more teams to join and really give our guys a challenge in these endurance events.
Yeah, we got some crows trolling us a little bit in the commentary there.
Come on, Crow.
With our thank you. Oh no, thank you, sir. Thank you, good sir.
You know what we call that, right? Well, we call that the Canadian standoff.
Oh, okay, all right. I've never been a part of a Canadian standoff, so I'm glad to take part in my first one. Real quick, where are we at with the time? I believe we're getting close to the end of GT3. We've got Valdez still on top with that now at 22.638. I'm looking at.
Yeah,
oh no, excuse me, at 22.551. I'll learn to read here in a minute. Willis with the 23.079, and Costy's got a 23.265. So Costy's kind of like climbed up a little bit closer, but that half-second gap almost between Valdez and Willis and P2, that is going to be quite a battle for the rest of the field to try and overcome. So hopefully they're going to be looking for him to get mixed up maybe in some on-track drama or maybe like some pit stop drama. But Travis Valdez looks like he is walking.
Yeah, so we have another 10th or so for Cosi. Willis out on track right now, trying to find some time. Delta's showing some weird numbers, so I'm not sure. He's probably just in his outlet right now. Valdez was up on his time, but has gone red since. So let's keep an eye out on these last 4 cars. This Pickerel is out as well and found 4/10, which will pip him into 2nd place. Just caught the end of that. That's awesome. Really good performance for Andrew Pickerel over there.
Indeed. and in the Ferrari too. Love to see that car out on track. I feel like we don't see enough of them sometimes in the 949 GT Sprint Series. I actually watched buddy Zach do the sim grid at Spa event, and the Ferrari just got bopped into oblivion. So I don't think you guys run custom bop around here, so the Ferrari should be very interesting to see out on track. And see if it can put a challenge to this Porsche, because the Porsche, I feel like around here is just like Looney Tunes good, but see what the Ferrari can do against it.
So we do not do custom BOPs in our server, but we did think of an idea, and I want to see how people on chat feel about this. We thought about running a fun race where subs and bits or whatever they call them could give the drivers on track a BOP, so we add additional weight live in real time.
You better put a limit on that. You better put it, somebody's going to hit somebody with 999 kilos of ballast. It's going to be hilarious. They're going to be driving around in a waterbed.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
All right.
I'm down for the, yeah, obviously, you know, whatever the sub is, or whatever the gifted sub is, would be directly proportional to amount of balance of performance that, or amount of ballast that you'd be allowed to add to whichever driver you want, or you could remove ballast from the driver. So really put the drivers up to the test of varying balance and varying weight to their cars.
Absolutely. So Willis here going into the Andretti hairpin. Looks like he didn't improve his time or his position. So Willis with the Porsche. So we got Porsches like towards the top of the field here with that one lone Lexus. What do you guys think of your car distribution in your GT3 league that runs? I believe it's on Sunday nights, right? What is your distribution? Do you feel like people are really like pushing meta cars, or do you feel like there are people that just like learn a car, love a car, race the car?
It's a bit of both, I think. A bit of both. We do have some, let's call them ACC enthusiasts that really go into the details of what's really performing well that season. But as we saw in the Bentley through our mid-season last year, you know, it's anytime you could just get a BOP added to the game, and you can't really do much about it. You just have to continue racing in the series with that particular car. So I do think that there are some of our teams that do pursue the better car, and there are others that stick to what they love. You know, we do have a couple of Bentleys on there, a couple of Astons still, so V8s, of course. And as we go through that, we see that we have completed our qualifying with Travis Valdez, the 122.5 in first place, getting pole position. Congratulations to Travis and his team. Andrew Pickerel in second, 0.3 off with a 22.9. Josh Willis and Co. with a 23.0. Kosovich with a 23.2. Harris 23.7, Caddis with a 24.6, and Rees with a 24.6. So that's a pretty tight field. It's going to be exciting to see how that plays out in the mid pack, being so close to each other, within a second of each other. Is going to be a really nice battle to watch through the race.
Man, so 15 cars in the server for the start of this race. Looks like we might have got a late addition here. That one GT3 car in the back's going to have quite a time at the start of the race, but it's going to be interesting to see how he navigates through the traffic. As far as the lineup and the walkthrough, we got 9 minutes and 48 seconds before session start time, at least from, oh, wait a minute, I should look at the real clock. 34 seconds. I'll learn to read maybe. Yeah, Valdez on pole position, Pickerel in second, Willis and Kostovich on the second row. That's going to be an interesting battle down into the Andretti hairpin, which is turn 2 on this track. What do you think of the field we've got here, Eric?
You know, we have a lot of great drivers on the field. If I'm being completely honest, I would have loved to see some more cars out on track.
Hmm.
But this is the first time we're doing this. And it's the first time we're working together. And I'm sure that as time goes by and as more people find out about how great this race is going to be, and I really do think that it's going to be a really fun race to watch, that more people will join. I'm really looking forward to continuing this endurance style league, and growing the grid to a full 50 car grid, hoping to find a fine balance of the GT3s and GT4s. Now, just to answer a quick question, unfortunately, we do not have an Xbox League just yet, but we're trying to focus on our PC leagues and make sure that they're healthy and growing, and start diversifying into other sims and ventures and consoles. One thing I further to talk about our endurance league, I did want to add our point system. So we recognize that a 4-hour commitment is something that not everybody can do all the time and commit to a full series. So the way that we're actually scoring the points on this league is that each driver gets scored per their team position. So for example, we have excuse me, we have Willis and Aaron Free in third place. Okay, and let's say they finish third place. They'll get the third place points, and should they decide to split or form different teams for the next race, they will continue to score points individually to allow people to form teams and be a little bit more versatile in being able to form teams so that we can continue to grow the grid.
That is a very interesting scoring mechanic, and at the same time, with the teams like fluctuating in terms of their lineups and stuff like that, that really makes it so that a driver that is willing to commit, even in races like this one, like we've got Robert Lewis flying solo in the 949 Aston, like that's going to be quite a challenge, because if he does something like the 8 hours of Bathurst solo, that is. And here's the thing: I've seen Beltan do crazy stuff. I don't think I've seen him do anything crazy like the 8 hours of Silverstone by himself. But you never know. But those drivers that are willing to put in that commitment, either with pairings or on their own, that's going to be really interesting to see at the end of the season.
Yeah, and that's the idea, is to make sure that everybody's on even playing ground, right? So let's say someone who has the team and focus on Josh and Aaron over here, they are willing to commit their time for the race today, and say life comes up and Josh is not able to do the next race, that doesn't hold Aaron back from being able to win the championship through the next 2 races.
That is a very interesting mechanic. I like that. So with the folks at home, if they're looking at the graphic on the left where we've got the 15 cars lined up, they're seeing an orange number 3 next to the racing number. What's that all about?
I'm not quite sure what we're talking about.
Oh, wait a minute. I think it's on my screen because I am really bad at reading. Sorry for the folks at home. So for people that don't necessarily know how this works with, yep, Rav Rocket's got it. So for the folks that don't know, you guys are doing this multi-class driver swap. Do have the mandatory pit stop requirement of 3 in that allocation. So they're going to have that orange number 3 whenever you guys pull up the normal like racing graphic. But once they've cleared that out, it should flip to a green indicator. So Eric, my question to you is 3 mandatory tire changes. So that's 3 pits, 4-hour endurance race. What sort of thing? I mean, that seems like pit stop battles are going to be a heavy factor here, as we've got. We're going to find out here in about 4.5 minutes.
Right, and I'm just for those wondering, I'm gonna transition the screen so that people can see what you're talking about here.
Cool.
That's the just right of the numbers for each individual driver. You see the number of pit stops remaining that are required in the race. So given that it's a 4-stint race setup, you have 3 pit stops, and that gives everybody between a solo driver and a team of 4 the opportunity to hop in a car and have an even and fair race. So even solo drivers, because the tire change is made mandatory, will have to remain in the pits for 30 seconds, which is the same amount of time that a driver swap takes.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. And I like the fact that you guys are balancing the field out that way. I think that's going to be really good. Question for you, Eric. It's been a while since I've done one of these endurance broadcasts. Is this your first, or have you done other ACC endurance broadcasts in the past?
No, this is my first, and very excited for you to be in here with me, because can't think of anyone better, to be honest. Maybe our own stream team, who have been extremely talented and really good in doing our streams, but very excited to be on here with you. Your knowledge of ACC and of the tracks and cars in general has been extremely impressive. So looking forward to what you have to tell us about in the 4 hours to come.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. And for the folks that don't know about the racing format that kind of like turned at least my attention over to TRACKILICIOUS, is your Thursday night GT4 leagues and your Sunday night GT3 leagues. And you guys have some really solid commentators in those formats as well. It's really awesome to see another community, another Twitch channel, frankly, that in the NA waking hours, that's putting on some really good content. And I'm just glad that we've got yet another installment in that story that we can get started with this endurance league.
Yeah, and you know what's really cool is that a lot of our drivers who are unable to drive now have been starting to get into the streaming world, so they'll hop on and help our primary streamers with some color commentary, and it's been awesome to add their knowledge onto the stream.
Absolutely.
So with
Crow's still giving us crap in chat.
With about 2 minutes left, let's walk through the grid here and recap on what the positions are. So we have Travis Valdez getting the pole position with the Porsche. Andrew Pickerel, another TSR guy, in second. Josh Willis, third place with another Porsche, and they're running an alt livery. So this is a I was gonna say 949, but this is a Flying Lizard livery in all black. That's quite the striking image there. I love that. As they pop their cars down, getting ready for the warm-up lap. Joseph Kosovich in fourth place. I know Kosi's going to be really fast. I think he's going to give these guys up front quite the challenge in the Lexus here. Going into fifth, Aaron Harris. They're using, I believe this is a livery that they picked off from online. So really cool. Nice little tear scheme or splash or between the red and the white. And then going to Caddis in sixth place. And, we have an M6 here. I didn't know someone was running the BMW in the GT3 class. That's cool. Haven't seen one in a little while. We don't have anyone running that in our league. So Rees in seventh place. And that finishes off our GT3 class. Going into the yet again alt Flying Lizard Aston Martin here with the black, red, and green, made by yet again our livery legend Jet Black Jeremy Engelman, who I believe is running in that car. So him and Mike Burkhoff are running the Aston here, and really cool to see that we have our partner sponsors on there with 949 Cardo Racing School, and we could talk a little bit about Cardo in a little bit here, and TRACKILICIOUS. Then going down to Jason Provolone in second for the GT4 class, Robert Lewis Beltan in third in the GT3 class. I'm gonna ride with these guys. Let's go a little bit higher up here as they roll through. Eric Miller in the Freedom Camaro, the Beef Stewards in the Audi, and then Crow and Co. in the BMW GT4. Flying a little too fast there. And then finally, Beachley, the last GT4 car running the Porsche. And then we had the last late join in the Ferrari here. Espinoza. Is that one of your guys? Yeah, so I don't think he's a Trackalicious guy, but hopefully we'll see him work his way through the GT4 field and up to the GT3s and see what his pace and speed is like. So we'll go through a full warm-up lap. Everyone getting their cars ready, their tires warmed up, brakes warmed up. We go up the hill here and go into first lap. Down through the corkscrew. Quite the scenic little corner here. Legend. And just gonna do a quick audio check here, Phil. I don't think I can hear you.
I'm still here.
Oh,
sorry about that.
Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't lose you. My streaming capabilities have much to be desired. They're average at best, so I just want to make sure I didn't click on a button that would ruin this whole thing up.
No, you guys are great. You guys are good to go. Looks like we're getting close to those last few corners.
Let's go into there. Go into Helicam here for our first corner. Make sure we get the action all caught. Stay on pick roll. See what happens to this first corner as they line up as per the game's recommendation, their individual grid positions. You know, I don't know. Travis might have a bit of a challenge getting off, but he does get off to a great start. So both Valdez and Willis get a great start. Willis pulling up next to Pickerel there, getting that second place spot as Kosi goes a little bit deep, but is able to avoid the contact there, going around the outside. Gives Harris a bit of a run into turn 3. Still clean through the first couple of corners for the GT3 cars. I don't think I'm seeing any incidents in the GT4s either, so everyone looks like they've managed to get through quite cleanly as Travis really gets a good first couple of corners. Josh even better for first couple of corners, really giving Travis a run for his money up the hill through the kink and up into the hairpin. Goes a little wide, give Travis a little bit of room to breathe. So that shaped up quite well for these guys. Let's go back down to the GT4s. So it looks like Mike Burkhoff setting off quite well with Provolone right behind him. Robert Lewis, aka Beltan, in third place. May have lost a spot to Snyder from the Beef Stewards. So that's a group of stewards from the Trackalicious Sim Racing who have formed together. So we do have live stewarding, so that's kind of exciting. It's the first time for us, given that we had an endurance race. We wanted to make sure that everybody was appropriately checked. So Robert Lewis still having a bit of a hard time here. Seems to be bullied around the track a little bit through the first lap as he loses some time. But I'm sure his pace will play out in the end. It is quite a long race.
Yeah, I also feel like it's probably down to early weakness of the Aston Martin, especially when you're dealing with like early cold tires, early cold brakes. I feel like these mid-engine cars, especially in the GT4 category, have a little bit more of an advantage at the start. The car that I'm actually paying attention to right now is Espinosa, who's trying to move that Ferrari through the GT4 field, and it looks like he's about to clear the P3 in the GT4 category, and he's got a little bit of gap before he catches up to the front runners.
Right, and I think that's good. I'm sure they must have missed that the qualifying time block, so they were requested to join right before the race start, and appreciate them being respectful enough to do so. But good for him to make through the pack quite quickly and see if he can use this long amount of time that he has over the 4 hours to catch up to the rest of the team.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of time. 4-hour race like this, anything can happen. I mean, I suspect that we're going to see majority of the field start to settle in to a race. Laguna is one of those tracks where if attrition is a factor, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be as much of a factor in a race with only 15 cars, but when attrition is a factor, what's interesting is you start to see the field start to stretch a little bit across the track. The thing that's going to be interesting with this field in particular is I think Espinosa is going to have some time to catch back up to the back of the GT3 field, and if he's pretty clever with how he handles his pit stop strategy, might even pick a place or two from the GT3 field, unless there's some accidents or shenanigans on track.
Yeah, and as you stay on the lead battle for the GT4s, I'm hopping back onto the GT3s here. Josh really pressuring Travis Valdez for that first place. Josh finished quite strongly in our GT3 series, so I expect for him to put down some really good times for through these laps. Travis, again, a little bit cold in terms of his experience here. Obviously, really quick guy, but he's been off the leagues, at least on our end, for a little bit. So I think that really gives Josh the opportunity to pressure him. But as we mentioned earlier, Laguna is not an easy place to overtake, so he really has to set himself up for a really good dummy, trick him into thinking that he's gonna place himself somewhere other than where he's actually going to, and use any pace advantage that he has in these starting laps to really push Valdez to a mistake or find an inside line.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tricky battle because I feel like these Porsches are kind of like evenly matched right now. It's gonna be interesting. Valdez was really quick in terms of quali pace. I actually expected him to build a little bit more of a gap to Willis early on, but it looks like Willis is either got like maybe better race trim than quali trim, that or Valdez is doing some stint management early on. Not necessarily trying to run off in the distance like it's a sprint race. So it's going to see how that plays out over time. In the GT4 field, the battle is still pretty thick between the two front runners. I'm just going to keep an eye on that. And yeah, we're underway. We got 3 hours and 54 minutes left to go.
And we could switch over here real quick to keep an eye on what's going on with the GT4 battle. It is quite close. Looks like Provolone is really giving Mike Burkhoff a run for his money. That's very exciting to see, and it's nice to see that both cars are in the Aston. So we can't necessarily say that one car has the advantage over the other, as we would be able to in the GT3 series as well. So nice close battle, and you know, as these two are going at it, it's really giving the cars in the back an opportunity to keep up with them, even though that they might have better pace and clean air.
Absolutely. Maintaining your distance from the lead lap is going to be critical in terms of like trying to minimize your time loss and trying to keep yourself competitive, such that if an accident happens at the front of the field, whatever, you can take advantage of it. Try and shake things up with some of the front runners a little bit. Just right now watching as these guys are going through turn 3 on approach to turn 4. The other thing that I'm interested to see too is how tire wear ends up being a factor as the stint length continues on for a little bit, because you do have those mandatory 3 tire changes during the pit stop battle, but as the GT4s get a little bit lighter on fuel, maybe as tire wear starts to become a factor, specifically are these Astons in front going to start dealing with a little bit of rear traction loss, which is going to make corners like the kink in particular spicy. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I just noticed Caddis must have made a mistake, because he's well in the back now in the back end of the GT4 as a GT3 driver. So I'm curious to know what happened there, whether it must have gone off or something.
I think that
like
must have been an off track. I can go ahead and scroll through the replay if you'd like and take a look. That said, I'm not seeing anything on the broadcast that indicates any kind of contact between his car and anyone else. So that might just be a track off.
I think that must be what happened. And going back to the leads in GT3, looks like Valdez is able to pull a bit of a gap between him and Willis up to almost a second. But as I say that, Willis takes a really good corkscrew and makes up for another 4/10. So back to about a half a second there. Now, another interesting battle that's happening is for 4th and 5th place in the GT3 series as they get really close here. Harris really putting a lot of pressure on Pickrell in the Ferrari there. Now, what's interesting is Pickrell's a really fast driver, but he has been driving the Porsche GT3 car this season, so it might be a little bit of acclimation for him as he goes through the race.
Yeah, acclimation is critical here. Being able to manage the variables in your head while driving a car on the limit for some portion of 4 hours is very tricky. We still got all 15 cars in after the first few laps here, so that's a wonderful thing to see. But yeah, you're absolutely point on. It's all about managing these kinds of variables when you're dealing with conditions during an endurance race. Just looking through the field on my end.
And while you do that, why don't I go through the standings real quick? So we still have for the GT3 series, GT3 group, we have Valdez in first, Willis in second, Kosovic in third, Pickrell fourth, Harris fifth, Rees in sixth, Espinoza making his way back into the pack in seventh, still 37 seconds behind, but hopefully he'll be able to make that up through the race. And then Cadiz in 8th place. In the GT4s, we have Mike Burkhoff, Jason Provolone, Jarek Snyder, Bruner. I think that's Will Bruner, you said?
Yep, that's
and
correct.
Then Eric Miller, Robert Lewis, and Beachley to close it off.
So one thing I am noticing right now, looking through the data, I am seeing the Porsches pull away from the Lexus of Joseph Kosovic at a pretty good clip. They've grown the gap from start of the race to now about 2.88 seconds ahead.
Oh, we have a yellow and Harris. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have Harris that's just gone too wide and might have gotten himself into the wall as he battled Pickrell there. So made a bit of a mistake, might have understeered being so close into Pickrell's rear end there through looks like turn 4, which is quite the challenging corner, as we know. I think it's the hardest corner on track, and must have gotten a bit of an imbalance as he went through that corner. So did see him go off there. That's unfortunate for Harris, as he was putting up quite the challenge for Pickrell there.
So might be an early pit stop to deal with maybe some damage or maybe get on some fresh rubber. But the thing that I'm kind of thinking about, especially with that Porsche on track, is did he get any rear aero damage? Did he get anything like that when he went into the wall? Because that sort of thing can definitely make a car that's already a bit prone to spin on you in a medium or high speed corner. It's going to be just that much more sensitive to aero imbalance. So it's definitely something we're going to have to pay attention to with Harris's car.
Yeah, and unfortunately, due to the way that we have it set up with the 75-minute stint limit, he's gonna have to bear with the consequences for quite some time until he's able to really go in and not lose too much. I mean, I don't know what the right move would be here depending on the level of damage, but you do have to keep the 75-minute stint limit time in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it's just another one of these variables that the drivers are going to have to take into consideration while they're out on track. The other thing too is that if the damage isn't too massive, if maybe in the medium or slow speed corners, if you can slow his pace just a little bit to keep the car stable through mid corner, maybe he'll deal with a little bit of time loss. But again, you got 3 hours, 47 minutes and change, plenty of time for things in front of you to potentially go awry for the front runners. So just nose of the grindstone.
Yeah,
got to pump out those laps now.
Yep, it's early. There's a lot of time left. Everybody can make a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake in 4 hours of driving.
Absolutely. I'm gonna look I wanted to look real quick in the data at the GT4 runners, because right now I'm focused on this battle. I believe that is Will Bruner in the 14, trying to hold off Miller in the Freedom Units, Camaro.
And as we transition to make that the main screen here, really close battle. So this is looking like it is for
That's P12 in overall. I think that would be
both
P4 in
4, 5, and
GT4.
6, right? 4, 5, and 6
Yep.
for GT4.
I do believe. Yeah. I'm looking right now. I'm seeing a huge drop off from Provolone in the GT4 category. I'm going to go take a look at that in the data real quick. I kind of want to see what happened with him in the 82. But yeah, this GT4 battle right now, Bruner is doing a heck of a job fending off the Freedom Units Camaro, and that is allowing Robert Lewis in the 949 Aston Martin GT4 to catch back up. But we've got the front runners now. It looks like did Valdez lose position to
Yes.
Willis?
Yeah, and that's what we talked about earlier,
Man.
right? Pace is one thing, being able to overtake traffic is something completely different. Now, I can assure you Valdez is going to be pissed about that. He had the pace and he had this battle that, you know, the guys were trying to earn their own positions in their particular class, but really put Valdez at a disadvantage as Josh was able to get through quite cleanly. And Valdez got held up for, looks like, more than a second and a half.
Yeah, Kosovic is now moving through the P4, 5, and 6 battle in GT4. Front runners have a little bit more space before they catch up with the leaders in GT4. So they've got a little bit of breathing room. It's going to give Valdez a little bit more time to maybe catch back up to Willis. So he's got to go maximum attack in terms of trying to keep close. Now, you might argue this isn't a sprint race. We don't need to be fighting for lead positions right now. But for Valdez, it's probably more a matter of trying to maintain a gap to Willis rather than necessarily taking the fight to him. And with this GT4 traffic, it's just kind of blowing his plan all to pieces right now.
Yeah, and so I've hopped into the to my stream here. I think it'd be worthwhile to have that replay pop up and see what really happened to Valdez as they went through that traffic.
Absolutely. Let me go over into my game here and let's see what happened. See if we can find where the action occurred. All right.
And we still see Bruner, Miller, and Lewis in a quite the tight pack as Miller takes another look on the outside here, or inside as they go into the corkscrew, not being able to make it and take advantage. So one thing we could say about Miller is quite the pacey driver as he goes into the outside of turn 9 here, turn 8, but loses out as there's no grip on the outside, but gives Beltan an opportunity to make up some time and really get close here, but is able to maintain his race position.
Yeah, I kind of expected Beltan to start to develop a little bit of pace as the tires kind of came into the window, and didn't disappoint at all. I've raced with Beltan before in that Aston Martin. He knows how to drive that car. I suspect that the early weakness of the Aston was just a factor at the beginning of the race, but the fact that he's hanging close to the Freedom Units Camaro right now bodes pretty well for his chances to move up some places if he can get racing.
Yeah, and I do have to add to that. So Miller, don't think has ever driven the Camaro before, because I think he's in the Aston for this series for our GT4 championship. So he too, I expect, is going to get quite a bit quicker through the race, because he is one that really learns how to drive the car quickly. So I expect that that's going to be something that he finds some pace through the race. And let me know when you're ready, and I can pop up the replay view here as we have another the M6 going through the GT4 class here.
All right, so I've got replay pulled up. Let me kick my audio on for you.
Good morning to you as well.
Mr. Hall, how are we doing today? Hope your wrist is doing well, sir. All right, so I've got the replay pulled up here. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, so as we transition over to you, I think we are ready to go.
All right, so we've got
you can put on your audio as well for the game.
Absolutely, got it ready to go. So one thing, we got him on the exit of the corkscrew here, pulled up. Valdez is in front. Willis has definitely closed down a little bit. They're going through turn 9 here, the double left-hander. Got that GT4 fight at the front. And it looks like through turn 10, Valdez has got to check up, but Willis just takes advantage. He just keeps going straight through the corner, and that leaves the door open for Valdez as they go through the hairpin at turn 11. And that's where the move happens. And then it's just a matter of this GT3 pairing pushing through P4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, what's interesting is he has another look. Valdez does into the inside of turn 2, almost gets him back, but Willis is able to keep a narrow line and block him from going through.
Yeah, that's all about car position, because Valdez is just basically, or not Valdez, but Willis is just using that GT4 as an extra wall to kind of squeeze that gap shut so that Valdez doesn't really get another shot. He's got really nowhere to go. Good move from Willis to place his car very well into the end-ready hairpin.
Yeah, that was really cool to be able to see and go into the details of how that all came about.
Absolutely. Let me switch off my audio so you can get these folks back to the mainstream.
All right. And we got the audio back up and the mainstream back up as well. We continue to see the battle between Bruner and Miller. Beltan dropping off just a little bit again, but still within striking range.
Absolutely. Let me, I'm going to take a look at the broadcast app real quick. I want to take a look and see, do we have other fights going on besides this P4, 5, 6 fight? GT4, which actually looks like a real spicy battle, if I'm honest. That looks like the spiciest thing we got going on track.
Right. And as you asked that, I was able to look at the other battle in the GT4 that's within half a second. So we have Provolone and Snyder pretty close to each other as they both give way to Harris's GT3 as he's making his way back through the pack.
Provolone, that was interesting. So Provolone in the data took quite a tumble down the GT4 order, or not GT4 order, but in terms of time, down the timesheets around, I want to say lap 8. And that gave Snyder the opportunity to get past him by the time they crossed the line in Sector 2 of lap 11. And that is just a fascinating story in of itself. I'm looking back through the data. I don't see contact necessarily between Provolone and Snyder, or Provolone and Burkhoff, but at the same time too, maybe a mistake on track. Not sure.
You know,
but he lost a chunk of time. He lost like 3 seconds in like the span of like 1 sector.
There is something to be noted. While we say that it is incredibly difficult to go off to pass at Laguna Seca, it's really easy to make a mistake. And for those that get pressured into making a mistake, it's super easy to pass someone once they're off, right? So that's one of the strategies that I think is good to watch here, is to be able to be consistent enough to put real pressure on the driver ahead to force them into a mistake. And that is probably the easiest way to overtake someone at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, the sand on the edge of track limits here is not forgiving at all. And if you are one of the unfortunate souls to potentially dip half your tires into the sand on, say, the exit of the kink or something like that, that is a recipe for disaster. That tire wall does look like it's pretty far away, but you can get to it really quick when you're moving at over 100K.
Right. And I'm going to pop up the map here real quick just to see the distribution. So we have spread apart a little bit, and we do see a couple of clusters of cars still battling. And that's the 747 of Mike Burkhoff, Snyder, and Provolone. Then I believe the next pack that's really close to each other are the Bruner, Miller, Lewis pack. So GT4 really spicy at this point in time. And why don't we, so it looks like you've got the beef stewards and Provolone. I'm gonna hop down to the Miller Lewis battle as he goes wide, as we just mentioned. You know, just going into the sand really gives you the opportunity to get position on the car ahead. Wasn't quite enough as they both start heading up the hill, but does give Beltan a bit of a run into the kink, which is quite a risky place to overtake as he gets super close to Miller. Really great racing from these two guys, very close, very respectful. Going into the corkscrew, still really close. Beltan putting more and more pressure on Miller as they go down into corkscrew. There's a mistake from Miller. It takes a poor line down through the second half of the corkscrew as Beltan goes wide, Miller goes narrow. Still not quite enough. You seem to lose a lot of grip on the outside of turn 9. Is it the left-hander?
Yeah, the double left-hander at turn 9. Yeah. So the thing is Beltan going wide on that first entry part is actually the racing line. The problem is it seems like the Aston is dealing with a little bit of understeer on mid-corner exit, and he's getting too far out to the wide right before, because you just want to go right over the rumble strips on corner exit to then sweep back over to the left to prepare for turn 10. And right, that's where it seems like the Aston's losing time to the Camaro.
Yeah, and he was able to, you know, talking about understeer, he was able to maintain quite a nice and tight line into turn 2, where Miller took a really wide line, understeered into and out of the corner. So was able to give Robert quite the advantage yet again, being really close as they go up the hill. That's a difficult spot to catch up and really overtake, but I think the opportunity is maybe going into the corkscrew if he sets himself up really well into the kink up here. But the thing is, once you get so close, it is so hard to judge the turning point. And as we said before, you know, you go a little wide into the sand, it gives the person the advantage to overtake, and that was clinical by Beltan there.
If I could just say for a minute, like, Beltan on this track in particular is probably activating that favorite part of his brain, and he'll know what I'm talking about when he watches the stream back. But he's probably remembering those days when he was turning around Robert Lewis Memorial Raceway, Laguna Seca, in the Mazda MX-5. It's his favorite car track combination. Just ask anybody; they'll completely confirm it. But yeah, he's starting to pull away a little bit now, it looks like, as they start to approach the end of the lap here.
Right, and one of the things could possibly be, as we had mentioned earlier, you know, we talked about Miller being in that battle earlier. Could have done a little bit to his tires. He seems to be not in the same amount of control as he was earlier in the race. Now, it is only a half hour in, but it will be interesting to see how the tire grip and their stability in that Camaro develops through the race.
Indeed, we are getting towards, I would say, probably about halfway, maybe a little less than halfway through drivers' first stints in particular. And as these cars start to burn off fuel, they're going to get a little bit quicker. But the tires have been on the car for a little while, and we have seen some pretty hard racing out on track. So I'm wondering if tire degradation is going to be a factor for these guys as they get closer to the end of the stint here.
Right. Now, what's impressive, that Bruner must have made a mistake, because they caught right up to him, and there's another off. What's going on?
I'm going to take a look at Bruner's data here. I want to see if he has been having some problems in the Beamer. And it does look like he has taken, but he's been taking a pretty consistent tumble, but something must have happened because he is just like letting people go by as
Oh, and Lewis is off track. I wonder whether there was contact there.
I'm not sure. The corner at turn 10 is pretty tricky. I'm looking at the broadcast highlights. I don't see anything in the way of contact. That could have been one of those instances I was talking about before, where if you get your outside tires on the sand, but your inside tires are still on the tarmac, it can make the car very unstable. And that might have been what he was dealing with there.
Considering the closeness of that battle, I think I might have to bother you again. Maybe we could go back and see what happened to Beltan there, because that was quite surprising. I wasn't expecting him to really lose it there. And while you do that, I'm going to hop back up to Provolone here, still maintaining a good gap to the Beef Stewards, going back up to first and second place. Ooh, as they're going through traffic yet again. Here, we have Willis and Valdez still battling within 0.2 of each other, going up the hill right into Corkscrew. Miller giving them the room to go by, but Valdez is right on Willis's tail as he has a bit of a squiggle through the Corkscrew going into turn 10, the double left-hander.
So I've got the replay pulled up here whenever you guys are ready to take a look. My audio is on.
Now let's just give it a second here. Let's see if Valdez has anything to offer up here.
Absolutely. Good close racing at the front of the GT3 field here.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the things that I think is really exciting so far, is despite the fact that we have a relatively small grid, we have quite a few battles through the field, both in GT3 as we look for first and second, fifth and sixth, in a really close battle between Rees and Harris, and then down through the GT4 class where we have Snyder, Provolone still going at it, and then Miller, Burner, and Lewis. That I'm excited to see what happened there. So as this looks like it's stabilizing, let's switch over to the replay view, and you are good to go, sir.
All right, so we're getting, actually, I'm going to back it up another 5 seconds. We're going through turn 9 here, and this is where I was talking about before, where you can see the Aston starting to push out a little bit on corner exit. Goes through turn 10 here, and just an unfortunate off track. Right front tire still on the tarmac, and it just pulls the car into a spin. He saves it, though. Like, that was just impressive, keeping it out of the wall. Returns on track, doesn't get fully on track, impeding the GT3 runners, and then gets back out on track safely in front of Kostovich. Again, I think it was just an unfortunate set of circumstances. Went a little too wide, had one tire on track a little too much, and then, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, right, it's a 4-hour race. Anything can happen to anyone, and while you wouldn't expect that from Lewis, being quite the skilled and consistent driver on his favorite track and car combo, it's an endurance. It happens. Yeah.
Brain fade is real in endurance racing, and it happens at some of the most unlikely places for people. So we're just going to have to see what he can do in terms of strategy, in terms of just putting his head in the game to try and get back up towards the rear bumper of Brunner.
Right, and as we see Willis and Valdez continuing to go through some of these GT4 cars, still maintaining really close position. Willis taking that overtake up the kink. That was I'd say higher up on the risk scale, but made it through just fine, with quite an abundance of knowledge between the GT3 and GT4 drivers to be safe on track and really give each other the space and respect that's required to accomplish let's say a relatively complex task as a mixed class endurance.
Absolutely, but with races like these, under sprint circumstances, fortune favors the bold. In endurance racing, fortune can still favor the bold, but you may not. You can certainly win a race in the next corner. You can certainly ruin your race in the next corner. So sometimes caution is the better part of valor. But in this circumstance, it just worked out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we could put it in a way such that you have a risk budget in 4 hours. And at any
Hmm.
point in time, if you continue to use up and spend your risk budget, you're going to run out of luck.
Indeed. We've got a little bit of blue flag traffic for the GT3 front runners, whether they're running up on the rear end of Caddis here into the corkscrews on the outside. Looks like he's going to take the corner wide and let the GT3 runners through at the front of the race. And Kostovic is not too far behind. Kostovic has actually kind of closed down the gap with these two fighting at the front. So we might have a spicy three-way fight for the front of the race right as we get to the end of the first stint.
And you know what? We saw that from Coasty in the first event we did together, the 1 hour at Misano. First and second, battling it out through the race. Coasty just taking his sweet time in the back, conserving his tires, and then really comes into play towards the end, driving the V12 Aston nonetheless. So I think he knows what he's doing. I think he's just keeping good pace, making sure he's close enough to strike at the end, and he's really going to come in towards the end and give these guys a challenge as we see another GT4 off track watching through this battle here.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see when we hit the first pit stop. I wonder if they're going to trigger putting Mike Jackson in the car for 949. Mike can be pretty quick. I'm interested to see what Mike can do with the likes of Willis and Valdez and those caliber of drivers out on track. No pressure, Mike. Just very interested to see what your pace is. But it's going to be very interesting to see once we hit those first rounds of driver swaps.
Yeah, I could tell you from our end, Willis is going to swap out with Aaron Free. Aaron is just as fast, really freaky fast. So that he's going to hop into the Willis car into the 22. And then I believe Valdez has Mitch McConnell and Jeff Allen. Jeff's a solid top 10, top 5 guy. Mitch is a top 3, can win any race type guy, and he has just been flying in the Porsche. So that's going to be quite the challenge to see how these three end up.
Absolutely, it is. It's going to be real interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how we handle our first driver transitions. And I'm looking at the data right now for the front of the GT3 class, and almost exactly like we were just talking about. That's kind of how things unfolded on track. Willis ended up getting the pass executed when they ran through the blue flag traffic the first time. And then once Willis got in front, almost like holding pressure in a bottle, like if you shake up a bottle of champagne or something like that, Valdez is pushing into the back of Willis, and that is giving Kostovic an opportunity to gain on them as they start to fight on track. Now, I say that. Looks like Costy's dropped back just a hair. He's about 2.3 seconds back. Don't know if he was navigating through some blue flag traffic or what, but the current fight between Willis and Valdez is keeping this spicy.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing is, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, is that Coasty has enough of a gap where he's just driving his race, maintaining his tires. These two are really pushing each other, and especially for Valdez being, well, having swapped where Willis was behind for quite some time and now Valdez is behind for quite some time, you expect that there's going to be a little bit of aero understeer, a little bit of tire scrubbing that's going to be really advancing their tire wear relative to Coasty's clean laps that he's been putting in.
Absolutely. I switched over to the GT4 battle because it looks like Provolone did find his way around Snyder finally. And it looks like that battle is starting to... I'm not really sure. I think I feel like when I look at the pace averages between Provolone and Snyder, I feel like Provolone and Snyder are evenly matched. The fact that Provolone did get in front of Snyder kind of bodes well for, or excuse me, flip that. Snyder getting in front of Provolone. I do feel like that even though Snyder did get the pass executed, did get the Audi in front, This fight also should be pretty close towards the end because there's only about a tenth, maybe two, in terms of pace difference between these two cars. Wow. I just saw over in your camera the GT3 runners dodging Espinoza at the corkscrew. What happened there?
Yeah, I saw Travis going through the sand. Not quite sure what happened, but did drop Travis about a second back into Coasty and away from Willis. So this is gonna get spicy pretty soon, I think, if it gives Coasty the opportunity. But I feel
And
like
while
if he
we're
starts
talking about that, Snyder or Provolone pulls a 180 on the exit of turn 5. GT4 runners are just moving past him, and here comes some more GT3 traffic. It looks like he's going to cycle back out behind Robert Lewis. I can't tell if he's beached it or not. I see dust moving. I hope that's not the car is stuck.
oh, that's
Looks like
a
he's
shame.
moving again. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some parts of this track sometimes that can bug out cars, and unfortunately, I think that might have caught Provolone out. But again, for the folks that are Provolone fans in chat, you do hate to see it, but keep in mind, we do still have 3 hours and 21 minutes of racing. Plenty of drama that can happen.
You do hate to see it.
Over in the GT3 field, man, Valdez is really
and
pressuring.
he goes into where is it? Turn 2 or the final corner. Willis goes wide. Valdez is able to take advantage of that mistake. Goes back in for the first place.
Man, leaving the door open like that for a shark like Valdez, that's a bold strategy. He might be thinking, you know what? Valdez is faster than me. Maybe I'll let him go out and run himself to death out in front. We're getting close to the end of the stint. Porsche rear tires are about to become a bit like shredded tissue paper. We're just going to have to see how this unfolds as the race for the front runners continues.
Well, I know these two guys, and I can assure you that there is 0% of any of their brain power that says, I'm going to let him by. I don't know what happened there, but there's absolutely no way either one of these guys are letting each other by.
So what you're saying is sprint brain from lights out?
Oh, heck yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you know, when in doubt, flat out is a strategy.
I'm gonna pop back into the mainstream here. Really spicy. Coasty's really caught up to them. They're still battling it out for we are 40 minutes in. 40 minutes in, and these guys are 1, 2, 3 within a second of each other, really pushing each other to the limit. That's amazing. As Coasty tries to take advantage of Valdez taking a little bit of a wide line to get the better run into the straight, but Willis maintaining that defensive inner position.
Yeah, I want to, while you're focused in on this battle, I'm going to pop it to the onboard of Kostovich so we can get kind of like a small front row seat view of the action on track. Because let me tell you, it is, you can tell from the stream, folks, it is close. 40 minutes in and knives are out.
You know, I feel like these guys are, while it is 4 hours, I think it's towards the end of their own particular stint. So they're going to push hard.
Well, there's no reason to save tires. I mean, you got that mandatory tire change anyway. You might want to just try and drain the life out of them as much as you can. But again, like we started this race, we're running at 3x time progression. We're already almost to the noon hours in game before the stint is over. So the track's going to be heating up. If I'm just taking a look right now, it's about 32C on track, which isn't blistering by any stretch, but it's warm. And for these GT3 cars, as Willis makes a mistake at the corkscrew, that costs him big. And Valdez is on the inside of turn 9.
Oh.
It could just really end in tears here. It could just end in tears at any moment.
Are they going to go 3 wide for 1, 2, and 3? What is going on?
I tell you what's going on. A very, very exciting first stint in the first ever Trackalicious endurance race. You guys are putting on a hell of a show here.
Trackalicious 949 endurance race.
Corrected me. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Man, Toasty is just front row tickets. I mean, this is the concert you want to be at right now. The cars probably sound fantastic. The is definitely the soundtrack you want to drive to work with. Maybe don't drive to work this fast or this close to other cars when you're going that fast. That's a little unsafe. Don't do that, folks.
You know, as you said sound, I just noticed that I hadn't turned my in-game audio up since we did the replay. So apologize to the stream there, but you gotta listen to this again. I mean,
I have everything muted on my end, but that's mostly just because, like, if I have like sound and stuff going while I'm trying to talk or anything, it totally trips my brain up. So hats off to you that you can do it. I sure can't.
Yeah, I gotta take in this orchestra of these guys trying to go side by side with each other.
Oh man, Posty going inside at turn 9. That's going to give him an opportunity to move into the top 2. Now Valdez is ahead. Now Valdez has got some serious pace in that 911. I don't know if the 949 Lexus can really keep up, but the thing is we got a 911 in the car of Willis behind. This is just going to be a hell of a fight. Let's switch the camera angle up on the small picture-in-picture and get a rearward view of a very angry 911 facing down a Lexus.
And I do apologize for those who are a little bit more acute sense of sight there, seeing the difference between the livery on the 949 between Welp and I. Just didn't quite have enough time to download the livery and get it working before the race. I do apologize about that. Hopefully in the future we can get that lined up a little bit better.
Absolutely. Not a problem from my end. I mean, pretty cars are pretty to look at, but let me tell you, fast cars in close racing, that's what you love to see. Willis and Robert Lewis navigating the GT4 traffic at the kink, that's bold. I mean, the one thing I got to say is hats off to the Trackalicious guys. I'm seeing some really, really risky, but really, really clean passing happen here. Haven't seen seen a little bit of door banging, but you kind of want to see that in the presentation. That's kind of what it's all about. But been seeing some real clean passes.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's credit to both sides, right? You got some really good drivers in 949, really good drivers in Trackalicious Sim Racing. And what's interesting is that usually through the series and through our championships, you see a lot of mistakes being made earlier on in the early races, early legs of the season, and people start to learn each other's actions, learn each other's behaviors, and are able to realize who you can race with and who you can and what distances you can keep between each other. But you know, even being foreign to each other in this first endurance race, everybody is really maintaining that respect that's required. Still close, still challenging, but not compromising anyone through any of the lap traffic or any of the in-class battles.
So Kostovich navigating some GT4 traffic. Willis not too far behind that Beamer. He's got to navigate that through turn 9, turn 10 coming up. And the GT4 traffic coming in at this point in time is keeping Valdez from just streaking off into the sunset.
And look who's on, Mr. Huesca. Hello to you as well.
Absolutely. You mentioned Cardo CRS earlier in the stream. What's that all about?
So, I will tell you from firsthand experience. As someone who lives an adult life and has adult responsibilities, which you never appreciate as a kid, right? Right before our Laguna Seca race, I had 0 time to practice. However, what I did do is take the services of Mr. Huesca and did a lesson with him. For those that don't know, Ricardo Huesca, in public lobbies, you've probably seen him on there. Usually in first or second, that's where we familiarize ourselves with him. Gave me his lesson. I tell you, I went from probably usually 20th, 21st, 22nd place, all the way up to 13th in our long format race, in our 60-minute race last week. Now, I love the wet. I love driving in the wet. That gave me a bit of an advantage, but also just going through the lesson and going through some of the details that you need to know in any track, and his knowledge of racing and his knowledge of track details, I think really gave me a leg up.
Absolutely, man. Cardo Huesca, the man with the 400 IQ right foot. You got to get a lesson with him in the Maserati. If you want to learn how to drive that car, I've never seen anybody push the Maserati faster than Cardo. But yeah, CRS, Cardo Racing School, you guys definitely need to check it out. Ricardo's definitely got some skills that he can share and help you develop as a sim racer. I'm gonna take a look. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I was gonna say I'm gonna put this out there. I'm willing to hop in to the Maserati for the entire GT4 series for the next season. Even with my limited skill, Cardo, that's an invitation, buddy.
Wow, Cardo, I don't think you can pass that one up, man. But man, here's the thing. Cardo's good, but I don't think he can make me that good. No way, no way. He's driving around with the 400 IQ right foot in the Maserati. Meanwhile, I'm banging two rocks together in the McLaren, trying to figure out how the brake bias works. So definitely, if you're going down that route, good luck to you. But if there's anybody that can make you fast in the Maserati, it's Mr. Cardo Huesca, no question.
Yep. I recognize and appreciate the skill and talent that is Cardo Huesca.
You're like game recognized game. I get it. I get it.
This is no game recognized game.
All right. I pick up what you're putting down. I'm tuning into this fight at the front. It does look like Willis has. Oh no, excuse me. I still got Provolone in the data. It does look like Willis has dropped off of Costi and Valdez by quite a bit. He's about, I want to say, about 7.5 back from the lead. So it is, don't know if we're dealing with tire degradation or what, or dealing with lap traffic, but Willis is falling off the back of Costi and Valdez here. Costi sitting pretty close. I don't know if late game tire degradation on the Lexus is really just kind of like playing into, like the Porsche's playing into the Lexus's window as opposed to the Lexus playing into the Porsche's window. But Costi's keeping up with Valdez a little bit.
I think it's what we talked about earlier. You know, he was able to just maintain pace, stay behind him a little bit, use some big brain moves, big brain strategic placement, be patient, conserve tires, and now towards the end of the stint, just push, give him a challenge.
Absolutely. I'm looking at the data here, and here's an interesting point to talk about. So Valdez, we saw what he did in qualifying. We saw how fast he was on track. Average lap time for him over this first stint, which right now is at 36 laps. A minute 24.496. That's what he's pumping out for an average lap time. Willis, on the other hand, 24.685. Not that far off. 0.2. Now, it seems like late game something has happened. I don't know if there was contact on track or just dealing with a GT4 car or what. There was like a moment where there was like almost a 5-second dip in Willis's time. Kostovic, 24.488. So in terms of overall pace, Kostovic, Willis, about on the level, but not that far behind Valdez.
Right, and I think there's, I think it could be tires, having really pushed that hard through the race, having been behind and ahead. I think that was probably like 50-50 through the laps. And you have to keep in mind that this delta that we're seeing with the 24 versus the 22, that's through lap traffic, right? So you get the GT4s that you have to drive through. So let's say you take a half a second a lap off on average. So they're really close to their quality times, putting down some good consistency through the race.
Indeed. I did want to check in with the current GT4 class leader, Mr. Mike Burkhoff, in 747. That is just such a pretty livery on that Aston. But right now he is he's sitting pretty. If I'm looking at the track map, I'm just kind of curious where he is in relation to 789 car, and it looks like 789 car is just going through turn 3 as he's kind of like middle approach to turn 5. So I mean, I feel like 789 is not out of this race. I feel like the Snyder crew, I think it's still all to play for them.
You know, we talk about this in team sports, and today this is a fully team sport. It's all about how deep your bench is. Okay, the fast drivers are going to be fast. Let's see how the secondary drivers are going to be.
Absolutely. Right on point, sir. I think, and as a matter of fact, I think we got to be getting close here. We're 53 minutes, 54 minutes into this race here. We've got to be getting close to when people might pull the trigger for early pit stops. Because let's think about this. So if we've got a 75-minute window, I'm gonna do some calculator math while we entertain the folks with our commentary here. I'm just kind of curious. If I do 3 75-minute stints, we're looking at 3 hours, 3 3/4 hours. So if somebody wanted to pull an early pit stop maybe and try and do an undercut, we're getting close to that window.
So yeah, we have about 20-minute window right now for pitting, because we do have a 75-minute limit on pitting now. This is something as a spotter that I'd start whispering into my driver's ears, because once you hit that 75-minute mark, and as we see, I believe that it was the GT3 Aston going into the pits for their first pit stop. As you get closer to that 75-minute mark, you do not have a single second to go over. It is controlled by the game itself that if you go over the 75-minute mark, you immediately get a 130-second penalty.
Yeah, and that would be really hard to overcome in terms, because again, in endurance racing, you do not want to leave time on the table because you won't get it back. Once you drop it, it's gone. I'm looking at this 82 here. Provolone's in the pits here. I'm just doing a quick scan of the car. I wanted to see if there's any damage on it. I don't see anything in terms of damage. I wonder if Provolone, after taking that spin on the exit of turn 5, just wanted to get in early, get some fresh rubber on the car, and push towards trying to regain some places here, because he's going to be the first one in the pits for GT4 class. He's trying to chase down Robert Lewis right now in the 950 Aston Martin. Will Bruner is a little bit further up the road in Beltane. So we're going to see what happens. We also had a driver swap. Borio's in the car. Alessandro Borio in the 82.
Yeah, and if you really take the pit into account, the real battle is between Provolone, Boiro, and Snyder, who's up in 9th place, because that was the tete-a-tete that was happening at the time, right? So once Snyder decides to pit, we'll have to see if the undercut worked out for the Boiro Provolone team.
Indeed. I'm going to switch also real quick. I want to stay with the GT4 runners right here. Now that field has started to spread out just a bit. So Snyder's got about a 10.7 second advantage. Miller's got about 2.6 seconds back from Snyder. Bruner's about 8.3 seconds back. So the field is all kind of started to spread out more than 2 seconds apart from one another in GT4. The thing I wanted to focus on is I want to focus on this front runner here. I want to see Mike B. I'm going to stay with him while we dance around and find a little bit more of the action on track. But I'm very interested to find out when Mike B decides to pull the trigger on the pit stop, because 10.6 seconds is a nice healthy gap, but not one that can be totally undone by mistake during a pit stop.
Now, going back to the GT3s, as I have that up in picture-in-picture as we keep the keep your screen on main display. Kosovich is still maintaining that 1 second battle, going back and forth between 0.7, 1.3, but maintaining pace. And Willis has managed to catch back up to 4.5 seconds, down from a 7-second gap from the mistake he made or error or whatever it was that got him to drop off. But these two being close to each other is giving Willis the opportunity to get closer and closer to the top two. And as they finish off their first stint, again, let's see how deep their benches are, boys. Let's see what driver twos have to offer, because I don't think a single one of these guys have a slow driver for driver two. So this close battle is going to continue, and it's really going to come down to not only their pace similarity, which I think is going to be quite close, but also their pit stops, how well they're able to execute and efficiently. Because we all know, for those, as Kosovich goes a little wide there, we all know that the way that pit stops work in ACC, if you don't line yourself up perfectly within that pit stop box, you're going to lose a significant amount of time.
So just taking a look at the pit stop delta for Provolone and the switch to Borio, they were in the pits for 1 minute and 10 seconds. That's from line to line. 1 minute and 10 seconds. And with the pit limiter being effectively being the same for GT3, GT4, we're going to use that 1 minute 10 as the marker, the line in the sand, and we're going to see if people that execute better stops. And I'm seeing GT3 drivers. Harris is in, Rees is in, Robert Lewis in GT4 is in. So it looks like we are starting to see that first round of pit stop cycles happen.
And you know what? Given that that's happening, I'm gonna go free cam and just go stop in the pits and just hover around there. Why don't we go check out and see who all is coming into the pits? So we have.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna pull up the data for those guys, because I want to see what their pit stop times look like relative to one another.
Lewis is out. The M6 is out. Harris might be rolling out, and we have the GT3. Cat is still in there.
Borio. So Borio was a minute 10. Shane Rees pumped in 1 minute 11.2, so she lost a little bit of time in the pits in comparison to other runners. Beltan a minute 11. And then Harris, don't have a time yet for him. I think that might be because there was a driver swap.
We have a couple more people coming into the pits now.
I do see Bruner. I do see Williams popping up now in the 13. Oh, Valdez is in the pits. That's going to be a big one. So let's take a look now. So if I'm Kostovich and Willis right now, do you try the overcut on someone like Valdez? I'm going to watch Valdez's timer here while he's sitting stationary in the pits. I just want to switch this thing back over because I want to see where Kostovich is in relation to him. Comes out. Actually, let me pull up the track map too. Maybe everybody will want to know where the cars are in relation to one another with the track map. I'm watching Valdez's pit stop. We're approaching the 1 minute mark for him on the jacks.
And we have Jeff Allen in for Valdez and Crow into the BMW there.
So 13.5, so kind of a slow stop for Valdez. I'm kind of curious, was there damage? Did he miss the box? The thing for the folks at home that might not be aware about like key places where you could lose a lot of time in endurance races, we're dealing with a 4-hour endurance race here, so losing time in the pit stops doesn't have quite the level of magnitude that you would lose over a 24-hour race if you keep making mistakes. But still, when you're talking about a GT4 car getting through the pit stop with a tire change and a driver swap in a minute 10, and the lead GT3 car getting out in a minute 13.5, 3.5 seconds is not nothing.
Oh, and we have Willis in the pits now.
So Willis and Coasty are in the pits. Let's find, I'm going to switch over now on mine. I want to find
Valdez Cam.
Yeah, where is Valdez at? He actually switched drivers, I believe.
Jeff Allen.
Okay,
69.
Jeff Allen. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
And the Flying Lizard Porsche's out. So Willis is swapped. Coasty is a little bit farther behind. Gonna go to the first corner here, or second corner, I should say. You see the Porsche coming out as they roll through the corner. And Willis's team's able to make the overcut work.
See, that right there is down to losing time in the pits. No question. 3.5 seconds Valdez left on the table. Willis executed a 1:11.0, so that nets him a 2-second advantage on Valdez. Kostovich had a 1:22.0 pit stop. That is slow. That is so slow. That's 12 seconds on the table for the 949 Lexus, and they are going to have to switch into recovery mode to try and keep close to Valdez, keep close to Willis. Actually, I believe that would be now Aaron Free and who was it? Allen?
Yeah,
Jeff
so
Allen?
We have Free for Willis. We have Allen for Valdez and Jackson for Kostovich.
So that is just down to like being able to execute the pit stops, being able to take advantage of the time. Your opponents are willing to just leave on the table. Mike Jackson is in the car for the 949 Lexus, and I'm really excited. I haven't seen, full disclosure here, Mike raced in the GT3 Sprint Series for 949 for a long time. He is part of the 949 crew, but he has been racing in other series lately. I have not seen Mike in a Lexus race in a long time. I'm very excited to see what Papa Kame can do in the 949 Lexus. Shane Rees does get the pit done. I think he's flying solo here. Last lap for Shane was a 26.1. Last lap for Allen. Now he's just out on new rubber, 26.3. I wonder if the 951 car could potentially start to creep back up into this fight here.
Yeah, this is it's quite the shakeup. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of variables going into an endurance, right? You got a lot of things that can go wrong. It's a long race. Talked about the pits and the pace of the different drivers. Clearly, the Willis and Valdez pulling off better pit. So we'll say Valdez pulling off a better pit and Willis pulling off an even better pit than that to make the overcut work. So whereas Willis was 7 seconds, 4.5 seconds behind the top two cars, was able to execute quite the efficient pit stop to be able to go back into effectively first place.
Yeah, what that was down to is catching Valdez potentially on the slow, might have been slow on his in lap, losing 2.5 seconds in the pits, and then Willis probably pushing like hell on those tires for the last lap to try and make up that time before he handed the car over to Allen. Did I get that right?
Yeah, no, it was Valdez that handed over to Allen. Yeah, and I can tell you, Aaron's no slouch. He is no slouch. He is quite the quick driver. I expect that he's going to be, I don't know if he's going to match Josh's pace per se, but he's going to be up there.
Checking in with the GT3 or GT4 field. Looks like Snyder, don't know if he's staying out super long on these tires, but like Jeremy Engelman, although actually Engelman had that incident early on where he spun in at turn 5. I wonder if something else must have happened out on track.
So if that was a recent spin, so Engelman's a replacement for Burkhoff, right? So that was the swap there. And I'm gonna guess. I can't see it up right now. Maybe if I turn into basic HUD. Let's see. So Engelman has pit. Snyder has not pit, and Miller has yet to pit as well. So I might pop back into the pits here soon, as we have Miller and Snyder who still have 3 pit stops left. So Engelman is effectively in first place in the GT4 class, with Lewis about gap to leader a minute behind.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see how the pit stop battles for the GT4 starts to play out. I think the early pit stop from Burkhoff is what put him behind Snyder, and I wonder if Snyder's just playing the game where it's like, I'm going to make sure I try to pit with you behind me. But that said, it does look like the 789 ends up losing out to the 82. Oh, that's Borio. Okay. I figured it out now. I learned how to read, folks. I did graduate high school. It is true.
Yeah, so looks like Borio's unlapping himself potentially,
yep.
but they are also a pit ahead. So Snyder's still on that first stint. Should be swapping out with either Chronotis, I believe he's on with. So that's our live steward team as Snyder's on, and Snyder and Chronotis are on the same team. Both are our stewards in the Trackless Sim Racing community, and I'm sure paying attention to any potential live stewarding incidents that need to be addressed, which I don't think we've had any, thankfully.
To be honest, this has been some of the cleanest racing I've ever seen at Laguna, so I'm just gonna throw that out there. I mean, we do have only 15 cars on track, 14 cars now, but it does look like Espinosa did retire the Ferrari. But I didn't see anything that really led me to believe that there was anything unclean going on track.
Right.
I'm just looking. Go
it's
ahead.
Unfortunate as we see Reese make a mistake out into the gravel there, ooh. Interesting switch here. So Sundar goes wide. Oh, and he spins. Oh my. That is very atypical of Anirudh Sundar. So Pickrell's swap for Sundar as he loops it around again.
That right there was just the car being super unstable after coming off that gravel. Oh no, he's coming back across. Oh, he gets it off track though.
Yeah.
He whips it off track real quick. He's trying to get a decent return back on track. If he can stay to the outside of the exit of the corkscrew, he'll be largely safe. But yeah, just trying to manage getting that thing back on track safely. It does look like the 789 did finally come into the pits.
Yes. Yep. So Chrono hopping in. We'll see where that places them in the actual standings as J Auto comes in for, who would that be for? For Miller, I think. So we were talking about the GT3 guys, and what I wanted to point out is Andrew Pickrell, top 5 guy. I think he's 5th in the championship, 6th in the GT3 championship. Sundar is another one of those can win any day type guys. So although we popped onto his camera in the less than ideal spot to really say what we wanted to say, again, endurance racing, anything can happen to anyone. I do expect him to really find himself and start closing down the gap. So he's got a 40-second gap to the leader. I want to see how that shapes up towards the end of the stint. So let's keep that in mind. 40-second gap to the leader, 30-second gap to Jackson. Yeah, this is going to be interesting as to how the progression happens through the race.
So this is what I wanted to get to here. Like Mike Jackson in the 949 Lexus, last lap, 24.0. Aaron Free, 24.2. Jeff Allen, 24.6. So Mike Jackson is moving at a pretty decent clip in comparison to Allen, and got a little bit of pace in hand on Free. So let's see if we can close this top 3 battle down a little bit tighter and see how the action starts to heat up with the pressure.
Yeah, that's right. Ravajava, you hate to see it. Hate to see it. I believe that's Christian McKessie, who unfortunately couldn't make the race today, but we'll hopefully be seeing him in the future races. And I did want to take a minute here. So one of the things I'm trying to work on here, but want to say thanks to the following people for following. AEAE, thanks for the follow. Iceberg, Burned Angle, thanks for the follow again, and Doc Milwee. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys.
That is none other than my dad, Doc Millie.
Oh, awesome.
Tuning in and watching a little bit of the Enduro multi-class action here at Laguna. Shane Rees and looks like, is that Danny Williams in the 13 Aston Martin duking it out in the final corner. BMW is going to have a little bit of a straight line advantage on the Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin's just dealing with that turbo lag out of the exit of turn 11. It is just going to feel like that car is sitting still. He's going to be throwing everything out of the window. He's going to be throwing the fire extinguisher. He's going to be throwing as much weight as he can get out of that car to try and keep up with that BMW out of corner exit. But the part where the Aston, I feel like, is going to have the advantage is we go through the Andretti hairpin here, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, Aston's probably going to pick up a little bit of steam. And we got a little bit of GT4 lap traffic for them to navigate, and that does give 13 the opportunity. So into turn 5, and he's trying to nail him on the switchback. What a move up the inside for Danny Williams. I think, again, BMW straight line speed just coming into factor right before the kink.
And we have to keep in mind that this is absolutely for position, so these guys are going to be going at it.
And I mean, this is the battle for P6. Like, we got fights all over the place. And with a 14-car grid at Laguna, man, this is wonderful racing right here. 2 hours, 45 minutes and 30 seconds at Laguna. I just wanted to do, while you are looking at some of this action on track, I wanted to take a look at the weather, and I want to take a look at some of this data here to try and figure out what's the next storyline to focus on.
So let's switch back to Chronotis and Beltan here, fighting for what looks to be 3rd place in the GT4 class, within less than half a second of each other. So here's where riding solo can be an advantage, right? Lewis has been in the car for an hour. He's pretty familiar with how things are going right now, albeit with fresh tires and a bit of fuel. And that's a huge advantage over Chronotis, who has just hopped into the car. Pretty quick guy, but getting himself acclimated with how that Audi's going to do. So that's one of the benefits of being a solo driver. Now, how is that going to play out through the end of the race?
Yeah,
where you get into
last
some
hour is going to get a
mental
little fuzzy.
fatigue.
Yeah, indeed. I did not mean to interrupt you there, but yeah, last hour is probably going to get real fuzzy for Beltan.
You know, I'm a huge fan of endurances. I would have loved to have done maybe 2-person or a solo race here, just to give it a shot. Yeah, hopefully we get some of our streamers back for the next race, and might give myself the opportunity to hop on and race myself.
That would be awesome. I have done so little racing here. I think I have not quite made the full transition, just basically full-time caster. But the thing that I like about getting to cast these races, and I hope people in chat understand, is it's all about the guys on track and trying to highlight what they're doing. And it's just fun to watch these storylines unfold on track. It's just, again, we've been doing this now for over an hour and 15 minutes. And Laguna Seca has not disappointed at all.
Not at all. Not at all. And we do see going through... Oh, Jackson making a mistake. You know what? I apologize, guys. It seems like every time I click on someone that I'm trying to highlight, they're really off in the sand here. So a bit of commentators curse, a little bit of voodoo here. I don't mean it. I'm trying to catch some of the close battles, and unfortunately been catching some of the mistakes people have been making. So all the time that Jackson had made up is now lost. But I'm sure, considering that we were talking about his half-second advantage in his pace, he's going to be making that up quite quickly here.
Indeed, I'm looking right now at data between the top three, and if you exclude the mistake, which I don't know necessarily he should, he's been closing the gap down to Jeff Allen at a pretty quick rate in comparison to how fast he's closed it down towards Aaron Free. But it's gonna be about consistency. It's gonna be about a good complete stint. And we're gonna have to wait and see how that whole story unfolds. As right now, Jackson's about 10 laps in, Free's about 10 laps into his stint, and Allen's about 11 laps into his stint.
Yeah, and we're getting a request for the 6th place swap, and I thought we were looking at that. That was the BMW and the.
I switched back over to Mike Jackson when you had the action going on, but it does look like Danny Williams did get around Shane Reese. That right there was a story that I thought was it was always going to kind of unfold that way. If I look at the data between Shane Reese and David Williams, the average pace between the two is significantly in Williams' favor. 25.36 for Williams, 28.0. Now Shane Reese is also. Now this is going to may sound crazy to you, Eric, and to the listeners at home. Shane Reese already did an endurance race on Saturday. He did the AOR battle at Barcelona in the wet with Shy Guy, and turning right around on his heels on Sunday, showing up to the 4 hours of Laguna, and still put in some pretty decent times, 27.9. I mean, that's pretty consistent for Shane's time. So Division 3, Division 4 tier in 949 series, but Williams though, 25.3. No question, he was gonna find his way around Shane.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm gonna pop up this. I'm gonna pop up your stream here, so they are live with you. I'm going to mute myself if you want to pop your audio up, and go in and look for that overtake replay.
Oh, absolutely. Let me do it.
Alrighty.
So if we go looking around. Oh, I just unmuted my audio too soon. Let me.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. I'm gonna cruise around and find the overtake. So if we switch over real quick to the 951, where's it at? There it is. Okay, so let's bump it back. We're gonna do, that's the wrong clicker. That's the start of the race. Just looking for that moment when for everyone in stream watching me do this, this is how the sausage is made. Just kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop back out to the mainstream here.
Oh, that's what it was. There was a little bit of an incident. I got it pulled up now. So Williams.
Okay, hold on. Let me switch back over. Get that view.
So we've got, I'm going to go from the corkscrew. So we're going downhill now through the corkscrew, through the right-hander. Williams not far behind, 7/10, through the double left-hander at turn 9. Shane Reese taking a pretty conservative line through turn 9 and turn 10, but again, kind of like with Beltan, finds that kitty litter and slings it over into the wall, but did manage to keep it from going into the pits too hot. That would have been an instant, I think with the amount of speed he was carrying into the pits, if he'd have gone across that line, that might have been an instant DQ. Not sure, but Reese does lose it and gets a little bit of front end damage for his trouble. But hopefully it's not too bad. If I actually switch real quick, just want a little bit of front hood vibration, but it doesn't look like he's quite dealing with Pac-Man hood problems yet. So we'll see what kind of pace he can manage or muster. It might also explain the reason why he's pulling around at around 28s, 27s. We're just gonna have to wait and see. So that is the state of affairs with Shane Reese.
Okay, yeah, appreciate you pulling that up. And I'm gonna go back live on our end and turn my audio back on.
Absolutely. I'm going to take a look at some of this data right here. It does look like Mike Jackson is gaining on Jeff Allen.
Yeah, so I do have the camera on Mike Jackson. I am curious though, what is the pace that Sundar is putting down relative to Jackson?
Yeah, so if I'm looking at Sundar in relation to Jackson, and I use Jackson as the anchor point, Jackson is pulling away from Sundar at a little bit rate. It looks like Sundar's pace is a little more representative of, it looks like him and Allen are running about consistent pace.
Okay.
Jackson's a little bit quicker than both of them, and I think Jackson is going to be giving Jeff Allen some troubles here in a minute.
Okay. And what I'm curious to see now, Sundar had that spin and then the other spin and the spin and a spin and a spin and a spin right after the corkscrew. But still is maintaining, so it's only 10 seconds farther behind than he was before. I think he's gonna bring that time up, the time back down, and that's from the leader, not from Jackson. So there's 30 seconds to Jackson and then 50 seconds to the leader.
Yeah, I think Sundar is just going to have to settle into a rhythm. I think if he can lock into a rhythm and minimize his mistakes, minimize his time loss, I think he can definitely take the fight to Jackson. In terms of overall average pace for their stints, there's 0.05 of a second between Sundar and actually like 0.07 of a second between Sundar and Jeff Allen. Meanwhile, Jackson is lapping at about, I'll put it at about 0.7 quicker than Sundar right now. Okay. But it does also look like with the battle starting to heat up, that's going to slow down Jackson's pace a little bit because he's got to find his way around Allen. And I'm sure Allen's not just going to make it easy. He's not going to step right alongside and say, "After you, sir." So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, I do not think that's going to be an easy one. So as you...
In fact, I'm going to... Yeah, I don't know if this makes sense or not. I'm going to pop the picture over to the rear cam of Allen as Jackson starts to close this gap down a little bit.
Yep,
kind of interested to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, that's a good idea. While we keep an eye out on that, I'm gonna hop into the GT4s on the main screen here just real quick. So looks like Lewis is 2.2 seconds behind Otto, and they're as a group about 30 seconds behind Engelman, who is in first place in the GT4 class. You know, I think a bunch of that difference came through the pits because these guys were a lot closer, if I remember correctly, at the end of the first stint between first, second, and third. Oh no, that was Mike Burkhoff, who had built up a considerable gap. So what I want to do is I want to pay attention here to see what that delta ends up being at the end of this stint. So we got 40 seconds to the leader for Beltan. And then, as we'd mentioned earlier, 50 seconds to the leader for Sundar. Now, Sundar has been driving the Ferrari, so that shouldn't be much of a change for him. So, less acclimation, but I do not think he was there for our GT3 race this last weekend. I don't remember.
So, I'm looking at your stream right now, and Lewis is getting within about So Otto is about 2 seconds back from Williams, who's blue flag. So probably he's about, I want to say 7 seconds back from Engelman. Actually, Sundar is about to be right behind Lewis. He's only 7 seconds back, and he's closing down pretty quick.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the laps, going through like 4 or 5 lap average is good because you just don't know. With the field being relatively small, some laps they might get clean ones and some laps they might not. So dealing with traffic is definitely going to be influencing our lap times as we're an hour and a half into our 4-hour driver swap event.
And we still got 14 cars of 15 out on track, 55 laps done, at least from looking at Robert Lewis's ticker on the 950 Aston. So 2:01 p.m. on track time. So I just wanted to do a quick weather check. 27 degrees in the air, 36 degrees on the track, so it is warming up. And that afternoon sun is going to start to make those tires feel less than comfortable as they start to get to the end of that stint. But they still got a little while. I would say they're probably not even halfway through second stint yet. For some. The early stoppers, they're going to start to see some drop off. Probably, I'd say, about 15 minutes from now. I am gonna take a look real quick. I want to look at this data between Sundar, Jackson, and Free again. So yeah, the tail of the tape here with Jackson. Jackson lost a little bit of pace to Free, but the gap's still getting smaller. Looks like it's about 2.5 seconds, 30 seconds. So Jackson's pace has dropped off a little bit. His average has gone down to 24.6. Who's that? Jeff Allen, 25.219. Average lap time over 19 laps.
Yeah, you know what's interesting on top of that is typically I've seen Sundar have a better pace than Free does overall, but he's slowly but surely losing time to Free. He's now at a 56-second gap, but compared to the 40-second gap that he came in at, and then 49 seconds right after the spins. I wonder whether the spins would have caused some damage to those rear tires, and if he's still dealing with that, or if he's carrying any damage, period. I'm not sure. I don't think he hit anything, but
well, if you think about it, the other thing that could be a factor here, and I'm not sure if the plan during the driver swap was really executed in terms of managing the pressures. We've had over a 10-degree shift in track temperature from the start of this race to now. So if drivers are not really kind of like being aware of the fact we're running at 3x time progression, if he came out with tires that were pressured for 10-degree cooler track temperatures, you're not going to have fun, especially in a Ferrari. But it could be he's having to deal with some tire management issues on that Ferrari with the temperature difference.
Right. Yeah, it's something that we get caught out with. I can tell you, I've personally gotten caught out with as well. In even our shorter races, in our 60-minute 3 times races, that you just don't keep the tire, the ambient temperature and the track temperature change in mind. It really drops your performance off towards the end of the race as the cooler temperatures and night start settling into the race.
Just looking real quick, I wanted to take a look at the broadcast. So Mike Jackson's 1.6 back from Allen. Sundar's a pretty decent chunk back, but they are a lap up on Major Bojangles in the 117 Porsche. So P567 GT3. They're kind of not in this fight for now. You do still have almost 2.5 hours. broadcast mode for overall standings, not relative, which is what we are getting here. Yeah, so I'm switching over to relative gaps between the cars. For me, that is the thing that I'm using to kind of judge. So Jackson, I'm actually switch over to him real quick because he just closed down to within a second. Something either happened to Alan or this is really going to start heating up. So let's get the onboard camera. You can see if we are focused on, oh, actually, you got to pull it up on the mainstream. So on the bonnet cam of the 949 Lexus as Alan Free, I'm going to take a look at the data real quick. I want to see if Alan had a moment. Something must have happened.
Yeah, and just for your info, that's our main streamer, Jason Alvarez, aka Mex Defender, just giving me a bit of a hard time for being in broadcast mode, as we often give him hard times when he slips up a little bit. So that's not a criticism on you.
Oh, no. The fun thing about learning to stream this stuff and learning to broadcast it is, if Max Defender also is aware of it, Mr. Alvarez, there is no shortage of bowling pins for you to juggle with this action, especially when you start managing picture-in-picture overlays, race control, pit walls, all the like, as Mike Jackson is really throwing it up the inside of turn 5, and now it's a race. It's a drag race up the hill towards the kink. I think the 949 Lexus might have it.
Yep, he did have it. He took the position. Maybe we can go to his wing view, as he does pull away from Alan quite easily. I think Alan must have made a mistake there for him to really get caught up.
So if I'm looking, though, Alan is 22 laps into his set of tires. Now, if the Lexus is managing its tires well, and I think the 949 crew do have a good handle on the tire behavior of the Lexus. It could be that tire drag is starting to slip in to the Porsche a little bit. We're starting to get, Valdez ran about 42 laps on his first set. So we're past halfway mark for that Porsche in terms of current estimated tire life. So it's going to be interesting to see if Alan can just kind of like settle into a groove. Okay, Jackson's past you. But again, like you can fight like hell to try to get around him, or you could settle into some pace, try and keep him within striking distance, and then figure out during the pit stop battle what's the next move.
Yeah, and as we have Brava Java, aka Christian McCaskey, hopping on here with a bit of first-hand info, saying that the Lexus is super hard on its tires, might play itself into the strategy for Jeff Allen here towards the end of the race. Not to say that the Porsche is the kindest on its tires either, but it might help out the Porsche towards the end of this stint here.
Indeed. And we got some GT4 traffic that Mike Jackson's running up on, so that is going to be a factor as well.
Not only do we have GT4 traffic, but we do have a live GT4 battle as we watch Robert Lewis coming up on J Auto for the second place position in GT4 on the Freedom Units Camaro.
Beltan just using that track knowledge of Laguna. It is his absolute favorite circuit. I think when he dreams about racing, I think he just dreams about racing at Laguna. It's his favorite place to be, guaranteed. That Camaro, though, is such a tall beast. That car, it's almost like a monster truck, kind of.
It's huge. It's about a roof height taller than the ass in there.
I'm wondering if the dirty air from the Camaro is affecting at all Aston Martin. I'm also looking at Beltan's setup in the Aston. It looks like he might be running like a higher rake than the Camaro. Because I am seeing that nose of the Aston dive into some of these corners a little bit deep. Meanwhile, the Camaro's maintaining a pretty static, pretty neutral looking ride height. I say neutral ride height, as that car is pretty much on stealth, so it kind of just looks funny no matter what braking zone it's in.
Right, gets a really good exit out of turn 10 there as they go in. Oh, and over under into the straight. You know, a bit of a miscalculation from Beltan there. unfortunate because he's going to lose a lot of time down the straight there. A little bit of patience would have done him really well. It would have given him great opportunity to turn 2, but hey, again, anyone can make a mistake in endurance racing here.
The other thing too is I wonder if it could have been the Freedom Units Camaro there saying, you know, he's got the run on me, going into the final corner here. I'm just going to let him. We're just going to see if he outbrakes himself. And, you know, just leave the door open, let him go, like, okay, all right, there you go. And then just, you know, complete the corner. Take the position back. So big brain plays from the Freedom Units Camaro there.
Very big brain play. And just want to thank Sakami for following. Thanks for the follow. I hope I said that right.
That is Sakame. His dad is in the 949 Lexus right now, Mr. Papa Kame himself, Mr. Mike Jackson, also known as Racer X to the folks that know him.
So we got Papa Kame, Papa Cakes, but no Papa Gook here. Come on, Dad, you gotta get on this program here. Everyone's dad's doing it.
Yeah, it's good to see a family element in the sim racing community. I do like to see it. Man, I am seeing Alan Free trying to find his way through this GT4 traffic, and man, it's rough.
Was that Aaron, or was that was Jeff Allen, I think, trying to make it through. But yeah, and if I were to guess, Andrew Pickerel, who subbed with Sundar, if I were to guess, I'd say his dad's probably on here watching as well. Because, like you said, it's a bit of a cool family event where you can get your family to watch you racing at a significantly smaller cost than it would take you to actually run these cars in real life.
Indeed.
You know, I had someone ask me just a day or two ago, hey, this racing stuff you're talking about, are you talking about a game? And while ultimately, if you were to classify it, it is a game, I think there's so much more to it than it just being a game, given that the level of complexity and detail that goes into someone being able to drive these simulated cars at its highest level is so much. There's so many levels that it truly does wield itself into this aura of sim and realism, as opposed to it just being a game.
Indeed. We have got, talking about it feeling real, it certainly looks real on track between the Freedom Units Camaro and the 950 Aston. Beltan on the inside line at the Andretti hairpin. And the Freedom Units Camaro seems to be having some slippage in the rear. Wonder if tire degradation might be a little bit harsher on the Camaro than it is on the Aston.
Yeah, he did go wide into turn 2, but got right back onto Beltan's tail, really trying to put some pressure on him. But I expect that, considering that he was able to catch up to him and overtake, that he's gonna start walking away pretty soon here.
Well, it doesn't help the Freedom Units Camaro. Vassal does seem to have a little bit of pace in the Porsche there, although he is lapped. But it does look like the Freedom Units Camaro does get the job done as it goes to turn 5 up the hill through the Ray Hall straight and now into the corkscrew.
Yeah, I expect Mo's going to come back at the Freedom Units Camaro, trying to unlap himself. Looks like he had an additional pit stop because they're down to 1 pit stop remaining, so I'm curious to know what happened there.
What I suspect is maybe some damage. Go ahead and take that mandatory tire change now. They're still going to have to deal with that stint timer, but at the same time too, they might be able to maybe double stint tires at the end or something, try and see if they can risk it for the biscuit. The problem here is that when you've already kind of lost that time, you're already on the back foot. But, you know, they're probably just going to do whatever they can to try and recover what they can out of this race.
All right. And as we talk about that, I'm going to hop back onto Jeff Allen, who seems to be closing up the gap a little bit. I mean, I think it was a little bit wider before, but down to 2 seconds between Jackson and Allen now.
So while you're doing that, I'm gonna stay on Mr. Jake Otto. See if he can recover a little bit of time in the Freedom Units Camaro to Beltan in the 950. And while we're looking at those battles, I just want to go. I'm just gonna take a moment, and you guys can joke about this as much as you want, because folks in the 949 community, I'm just going to look at some data for a minute and try and figure out what other storylines to focus on. This is a fascinating race. What do we've got 12 hours, 2 hours, 17 minutes. We had another 12 hours. I think I need to put on some more coffee. I don't know about you, Eric.
I don't drink coffee.
You do not drink coffee, you rare animal.
One would classify me as rare. Animal is a word that gets seldom used to describe me, the tame old me, but yeah. I don't drink coffee.
Looking at the front runners here, I just wanted to take a look at the pace between Free, Jackson, and Aaron Free, Mike Jackson, and Jeff Allen right now. So Jackson's lapping at a 24.7 on the average after 28 laps. Aaron Free, who's in the front of this field, is lapping at a 24.387 now. So it looks like that battle between Jackson and Jeff Allen did cost.
I'm sorry, we have contact between Boyro and Crow there as they battle, and looks like Free gets caught up in this battle going through these GT4 drivers. Wow, that was very lucky of him not to get involved in the contact itself, but as Crow was trying to overtake Boyro, there was a bit of a contact in the tail end, turning Crow around a little bit. I expect that there's going to be a bit of a report to the stewards there. So we'll see what the action is moving forward. Yeah, but
there is the 22, Mr. Aaron Free, playing it smart, taking to the off track on the inside and saving himself some damage in the pits. Might have gotten his tires scuffed up a little bit, but at the same time too, big brain play from Aaron Free there, avoiding the damage, avoiding the contact, still out in front. Still in the lead of this race. Yeah,
you could hear the sigh of relief in Dr. Grim Reaper, aka Josh Willis's message there. Wow, almost collected my man. Yep, you guys, really smart play from Free there, being a little bit patient, going through the traffic as these guys battle for the, let's say, 6th and 7th position in GT4.
Yeah, dodging bullets like it's programming there from Aaron Free. But back on the GT4 battle here, it looks like Beamer's losing a little bit of pace in the straight line to the Aston Martin. Excuse me, is that a GT3 Aston that bumped into that GT4 car?
No.
Okay.
No, that's the. I think the GT3 is Rees, correct? No, he's running the BMW.
He's running the GT3 BMW. The GT4 BMW is. Let me see here. That is Crow.
Yeah.
And who else is in there with Crow?
Is who's in
Bruner.
the GT3? BMW.
The GT3 BMW is Shane Rees and Chris Pennycook. So, interesting. So Shane Rees and Chris Pennycook are doubling up. So I think it's going to be Rees, and then Chris PK at the end of this to run this down to the end. So the 949 crew running that BMW, and they're running that BMW in the GT3 Sprint Series. I do know that Shane is fighting off some damage here. So it's going to be a bit of a recovery drive for the 951.
You know, I think if you're capable of managing that length of a stint as Bluro goes wide, really giving Crow a huge advantage into the straight, squeezing him as they get to the concrete wall. Oh, this is reminiscent of the Corvette and Porsche Flying Lizard Porsche battle. Ooh, that's gets you a little bit nervous, but looks like Crow breaks a little too deep, giving Bluro back the advantage. What I was gonna say is, if you are able to make a 2-hour stint work, or do 1-hour double stints, as we see Jackson come through trying to get through the GT4 class. I don't think he realizes the risk that he's taking going through these guys, but they give him quite a bit of space and are respectful about it. But what I was gonna say is, if you are able to do the double 1-hour stints, I think that's pretty smart, because it goes a little wide, almost loses it again, but has managed to hold it together. That was quite impressive of Bluro. He's not gonna let me finish my sentence. He isn't, which is great, because this is really exciting to see. What, an hour and 45 minutes into the race, or an hour and a half into the race, they're still going at it hard all the way front and back of the field. We still have battles. So what I was going to say is that if they are able to put down 2-hour stints, I think it's smart, because it gives you the opportunity to stay familiar with the car and not have to relearn coming back in an hour later. What do you think?
Indeed. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Maintaining your driver's flow and your driver's focus. So, with the 949 stuff, I don't do a lot of racing, but for a while we did. I did a little bit of team management over on the iRacing side, and being able to maintain your driver's state of mind, being able to maintain your driver's sense of security and confidence, not only in the car but in the race that they're running and the strategy that the team has, is a critical component of being successful. Because the thing is that if your driver is behind the wheel and just juggling bowling pins, trying to figure out, like, you know, who's going to be in the car next, when am I supposed to pit, like how much fuel am I supposed to be running at, what are my times I'm supposed to be setting, that is just like, that is not the position you want to be in that kind of scenario. You want your drivers to be just kind of like, they know what the plan is, they know how to execute. So it is definitely one of those things where if you can keep the driver in the car for a period of time, keep them focused, keep them in their flow, that's a great thing. That, like you were saying before, that's the advantage for Robert Lewis, who's running the 950 solo right now. But at the same time too, come hour number 4 or hour number 3, is brain fade going to be a problem for him? Gonna have to wait and see.
Time will tell, indeed.
One thing I did want to highlight with the GT4 battle, in fact, is so Engel is in the lead of the GT4 category right now, but Robert Lewis has really found some pace in the 950. He has closed that gap down after he executed the pass on the Freedom Units Camaro, and he has just been climbing. He started about 6.5 seconds back, and he has now closed it down to about 2.1 on Engelman.
Yeah, this is it's going to be interesting as we see Free come through, trying to make his way through the GT4 class guys here. Still maintaining pretty good pace, 18-second gap to Jackson. Really a commanding lead at this point in time, but anything can happen. It's still a long race. There's a lot of time left. But we are starting to get into that second pit window. So an hour and 50 minutes in, we have about 25 minutes, 23 minutes of a pit window coming up. 23 minutes of a pit window coming up. So really interesting to see how the second change of pits will play for these drivers here. We saw some wins and some losses in the first pit exchange and driver swap. Pace has been relatively similar, a little bit of an advantage to Jackson over Allen, a little bit of a loss for Sundar, which is unexpected, I'll have to say, because Sundar is quite quick. But again, going back into the driver ones, which I believe The Valdez Allen team has Mitch McConnell coming in next, so I think it's one of the few three-person teams. Really curious to see how that one plays out for them, because McConnell's going to be quite quick in that Porsche.
Indeed, we've got, I would say, I'd probably put it at about, for maybe 117. So probably, if we're looking at car 117, car 13, car 951, they're probably starting to get close to their pit window. They're about 36, 35 laps respectively into their stint. All three cars pulled 40-lap first stints. So I'm wondering if maybe they're doing a little bit of fuel math calculation where they're like, okay, we can run long. 75-minute stint timers are actually kind of on the long end of driver stint timers for some of these endurance races, but that's cool because they get to use like a full fuel tank, full tire life. You got that mandatory tire change. That's a cool thing. But they're probably getting about the towards the front end of when they might pit here in about, I want to say, 4 laps. For the front runners, however, they ran about 42 laps, 43 laps respectively for the front three. They probably got about another, I want to say, 6, maybe 7 laps before they go into their second window. Or not their second window, their second pit stop, I should say.
Right. As we see Beltan, aka Robert Lewis, really getting closer to this first place team of Jeremy Engelman and Mike Burkhoff. So yeah, this is not going to be a fun view for Engelman. It looks like Robert has the pace, but pace is one thing, overtaking is another, like we've said before, and I think the best bet is for him to pressure Engelman into a mistake. We have seen Engelman make these little mistakes before, but really pressure Engelman into a mistake to see if he could have that clean pass. And Lewis going in for the pits, trying to do the undercut. That's interesting.
Yeah, and see that right there for the GT4 class now, that is probably a little bit more in line with what I'm expecting to see from the GT4 class in terms of pits. If I look back through the data for the first round of pit stops, GT4 cars were running a mixed bag. Had some come in as early as lap 38. I think that was car 14 dealing with a little bit of drama on track, all the way up to 44 laps. So Beltan ran about 37 laps first pit stop. He's going to come in a bit early, get on some fresh rubber, maybe try and maintain that gap. I think he's probably focused a little bit more on freedom units right now than he is on Engelman. Maybe trying to stay out in front of him a little bit. We're just going to have to wait and see.
I mean, it's smart. It's smart of him not to waste time overall in the race battling Engelman, whereas he could go still gain time on him through putting laps or free air laps without having to battle, and then come out in front when the pits happen for Engelman.
I suspect there might have been a little bit miscoordination on the driver swap between Crow and Bruner. Car 14 getting hit with that 30-second stop go. So for the folks that don't know about how the pit stops work in ACC, you pull into the pits, the driver that was in the car stays in the car until the car lock control flips over to the next driver. And what can happen sometimes, ignition might not be on, pit limiter might not be set, and if these drivers are really not really well versed in these pit stop mechanics, what I suspect happened is either dealing with some warm rubber on the BMW on the entry, might have overshot the line, not let off enough delta before the pit box, but or Bruner didn't have the pit limiter set before he hit the line, and stop go 30. That's more time for them to lose. And
we see Crow commenting in our chat here, saying the car feels terrible. Paraphrasing, of course. And
sped in on the entry.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. You know, with that pit entry limit being so early and right after the straight, it's really difficult to gauge the braking point and really make sure you do not miss the limit line going into the pits. Laguna has a challenging pit entry and exit. There's no two ways about it.
But the thing that I will say for Bruner's sake is that you take a look at where Borio is on the leaderboards here. Not sure how far the Crow and Bruner were from Borio before the pit stops kicked in, but that 30-second stop-go mistake could be just as easily made by another car that's in P11 or maybe even P10 in the GT4 category. So again, you got half the race left, and the part that's really going to get fun is when we hit that silly moment. I don't know if the folks at home have ever watched very much endurance racing at all, or really done a really long car trip, but the way the saying goes, last 5% of any trip is the most dangerous. You get relaxed, everything's about to be over, done and dusted, and that's when mistakes start to creep in. So it's going to be real interesting once we start getting toward the last half of the last hour of this race, I think.
Yeah, and we've seen it many a time in real life racing. Even easier to do when you don't really have that same level of adrenaline pumping through your blood to really give you that alertness as you are in a real car. I don't know, Philip, if you have had the chance to go into any form of racing in your time span, but I've had the fortune of being in a Lemons race, which my team's actually in right now. But yeah, you really get pumped towards the end. You really keep your are able to somewhat keep your focus, but yeah, it's exciting.
Tricky. It is really tricky. I've never done real life endurance racing. I've only ever done endurance racing in simulators, and the last hour of like a 24-hour race, or like the last 30 minutes of like a 12-hour race, just gets nuts. People start making mistakes all over the place. It is going to be so much fun to watch these drivers who again, we got these two communities coming together. We're not, like, we've seen some really good clean racing. They're not really that familiar with one another, but at the same time too, once you hit that last chunk of time, it can get silly. It can just silly mistakes start happening all over the place. We do have some more pit stops coming in. P5 is pitting Major Bojangles in the 117. Jake Otto in 17 pitting. That is where I think we need. I'm gonna focus in on Beltan. Pull up this track map here because I want to figure out where Jake Otto, the car 17, cycles out in relation to the 950. Because I think that's what Beltan was focused on more than catching Engelman. But we'll see, because he's about to come up to turn 11 right now, as Otto is still on the jacks.
Right. So looks like he's gonna go up front as we see him pass, sitting in the pits here. So Lewis gets the position as these guys start rolling out the pit. So Otto's behind. I want to guess that Miller is going to be hopping back into the Camaro. Sure when that changes. Oh, it's Cody Wassam. Or as we affectionately call him, Constable Cody. One of our TSR guys, a steward, and just all around nice guy. Really great racer too.
So Bruner has served that 30-second stop go, and that's put him a big chunk back behind Beltan and Cody Wassam in the Freedom Unit Camaro. Again, rain fake can happen to anybody, and we still got 2 hours of racing for that to happen. So we're just going to keep an eye on that as that situation continues to unfold.
Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and do this real quick? We go through the list here. So we have, I'm going to bring up the race control just so that we can see the deltas as well. We have Aaron Free, 22-second gap to Jackson. And a minute behind, Mitch McConnell's hopped into the car. So they've taken that pit stop, whereas the first and second have not yet. Sundar in fourth, Rees in fifth, Harris in sixth, Cat is in seventh. In GT4, Jeremy Engelman first place, Notice in second, Boiro in third, Lewis in fourth, Wassam in fifth, Bruner in sixth, and Vassal in seventh.
That is going to be interesting. So Shane Rees is pitting, but we know he's probably either got some damage he's going to repair or he's going to keep it. And I'm wondering if Chris Pennycook's going to go in the car next. Also looking at GT3 right now. So Alan Free, excuse me, Jeff Allen. I keep getting the names mixed up, folks. Bear with me here. 1 minute 11.2 on the pit stop for Jeff Allen. So pretty decent pit stop for GT3. The 117 had a little bit lengthy, a longer pit. Pitted about 1 minute 18, so about 7 seconds off of the pit stops for the GT3s. Shane Rees 1 minute 14, so might have taken some repairs. We'll see how that shakes out for Shane. But I'm interested to see. So Jackson's at 41 laps from the data. Looks like he does go into the pits. Wonder if Coasty's going to get back in the car, or if they're going to leave Jackson in for the middle chunk here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put you on mainstream, and then I'm gonna hop in here in the pit lane and stay here for a little while, see who comes in, who goes out, as we see PK in the BMW.
Do you want me to turn my audio on?
Yeah, we can do that.
So I'll go ahead and switch it on. I'm going to stay on Aaron Free because I'm kind of interested to see when Aaron's going to pull the trigger on pit stops right now. Mike Jackson is in the pits. I've got an eye on his pit stop timer right now, which is approaching about 50 seconds. So minute 11 for the folks at home. That's what you're targeting when you're in the pits here. You'll kind of want to shoot under that if you can. You definitely don't want to shoot too far over it. So let's see what he can do.
And we do see Coasty hopping into the car as he heads out the pit lane.
Yeah, so he heads out the pit lane, and the broadcast app's going to tell me they pitted in at 1 minute 9.5. So while the first stop was disaster, like probably 12 seconds, maybe 11 seconds over what you want, they hit under the mark, 1 minute 9 and change in the car after 41 laps. Coasty's going to get back in the car, which means I'm betting we're going to see Papa Kame in to close this race out. So I'm really interested to see how this battle for the race win in GT3 works out. By the way, hats off to the Car 22 crew. What a show they're putting on right now. I'm looking right now, last lap was a 24.7 for race pace for Aaron Free. If I'm looking at his data, I'm going to pull that up real quick. Where's Mr. Free at? There he is. I punched that in. I just want to see what his average is. He's pumping in 24.5 on the average lap time. That's pretty good. It's pretty good race pace for a Porsche around here.
Yeah, very good. And as we talk about him, he's the only one that's left in the top 3 to really pit, and he does have some time, so he still has another 10-minute window to be able to pit, because I'm pretty sure they pit before the 1 hour mark for them, or the 3 hour mark, I should say, in the race. So their pit window is quickly closing. So I expect
he's got a good chunk of time, because the thing about how the stint timers work in ACC is the driver stint timer is from line to line on the pit thing. So when pit exit happens, we start counting.
Okay.
When you go on pit entry, that's when the timer stops. So the time you're in the pit lane does not count against your stint timer. He is sitting on, I'm looking right now, he's got 1 hour and 2 minutes and change in the car. So he's still got a good chunk of time if he wants to push in. But the problem is that he's also running up against, maybe if he's been scrubbing the tires a lot, might be running up against some tire life. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, and as we see Boiro in the pits here, switching over to Provolone. Now, we saw Provolone have quite good pace, so he's going to have a lot of work up ahead of him to try and make it through the field and see if he can catch up to Engelman, Chronotis, and Lewis. Swap happened, and I expect that to switch over, and loses out of position to Wassim, so that's going to be a close battle that we're going to see coming up. So the battle between Provolone and Wassum is going to be coming up as we see Engelman in the pits, the lead GT4 driver, swapping out for Mike Burkhoff, and Free is in the pits. Free is in the pits.
All right, so with Free going into the pits, I want to pop that in real quick because you just mentioned that Engelman's in the pits as well. So I want to pull up. I want to pull up both class leaders. I want to see what their pit times look like. I've got my eye on Engelman right now because his is starting to count up.
So we have both class leaders. Engelman rolls out. That was quite a good pit. And we see Free down, and Willis is back in the car. I'm going to roll right to the second corner here to see what this is going to look like. Let's see who comes through. So Burkhoff back out, and Free, or I should say Willis, back out as well into a bit of GT4 traffic. And now we are seeing Coasty. And where does that put him? That's... the gap should be about 10 seconds, I'd say.
And I'm just now focused in on Free and the other cam. I'm going to get the helicam on Kostovich as he's going into turn 5 right now with Aaron Free on the jacks. I'm looking at that right now. Car 117 is catching car 69. Well, I'll tell you right here in a second. So Engelman, keep this in mind, Eric. Engelman, you talked about that pit stop, 1 minute 7.2.
Wow.
Easily the fastest stop we've seen.
Wow. And that's what you want to see from the leader, right? You want them to have that clean lap. Well, it would be fun for them to have made a mistake and for us to see a little bit more action, but good for them. Great pit stop. You know, really taking command as they have so far. Great pit stop by them. Congrats.
Oh, interesting. Something must have happened. So I was watching the data I am seeing from Willis right now. For some reason, I'm seeing 2 pit stops in my data for car. Oh, excuse me, that's car 69. What happened to car 69?
They should have had. They did their second pit stop.
Well, no, I'm seeing an immediate 3rd pit stop. Like, I don't know what happened here. Did they get hit with a drive-through or something?
Maybe
my data. It could be that my data's messed up, folks. Although I am looking at the actual graph for it, and I do see that jump happening twice, which leaves me a little bit concerned for car 69.
So what I'm gonna do is since we have yours.
They forgot to refuel. Just came across chat. They forgot to refuel.
Whoa.
Holy cow! That is huge for car 69. Wow.
Oh boy.
That is huge. So that really takes car 69 out of the equation for 22 and 949 right now. But now let's focus in on Sunder, who's in the pit stop. Right now, I just want to pull up Sunder real quick. So yes, car 117 is definitely catching car 69 because they had to go back into the pits again.
Yikes.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Nope. So if I'm looking at the data between 117, kind of what Burned Angle was talking about right now. So between those two, yeah, they're gonna be like right on each other in short order.
So many variables, so many things that can go wrong, and it really goes to show the level of achievement that they say it takes to win an endurance series or an endurance race like Le Mans, right? So many things that can go wrong, and it really takes the stars to align for you to be successful in such a grid, such a field, to be able to be a Le Mans 24-hour winner, or even more prestigiously, a Trackalicious 949 sim racing endurance event, of course.
I love it. I love it. Man, the ambition, I feel it. I feel it so much. So we got Pickerel right now, who is in front of, I believe it is Shane Rees. Now Shane Rees is lap down to Pickerel. I just want to look though. Aaron Harris right now is coming through the kink, headed uphill towards the corkscrew right now. So that looks like that has pushed him down about 25.8 seconds from car 53. But the gap has really squeezed down between car 69 and basically car 17. So it's kind of sandwiched now to them being within about, I want to say, a minute of one another, when it was actually worse. Because if I remember correctly, wasn't 117 the one that had that mistake early on and went into the wall?
Yep.
In
you're
the
right.
The Porsche. I love that they busted out the in-game livery there. I'm pretty sure the Fricadelli livery is an in-game ECC livery, and it's one of the prettier ones on the Porsche.
You could be right. I think I heard or was under the assumption that they were going to pull something from what's that website called? I forget.
A race department or something?
Yep, race department.
Yeah, race department's got some good liveries.
Absolutely.
Although it seems like you guys could just, like, I don't know, get Jet a Fiverr account or a Venmo and have him just start pumping out liveries like it's his job.
We've been joking about that for quite some time. He is a livery machine. But I mean, he works on Photoshop for a living, essentially. So his job does entail a lot of graphics work, and yeah, you know, maybe someday soon we'll make all our liveries available to the public. We've talked about that, and we'll create a portion of the website that allows people to come on and get them.
There you go, folks. What a service, man. Get you some nice duds for your car. That will be awesome to see. So the 82 Provolone is good to the regs for tire swaps, not for driver stint timers. We've still got an hour and 45 minutes left in this race, which is well more than 75 minutes in the car. So they are definitely still going to have to take a stop per the regulations for driver stint timer. But in terms of mandatory tires, they're good to the regs.
Right, and what I want to see, and really call on your data services here, Walt, is I would like to know how Provolone is faring against Bruner. The 13-second gap. I think his pace was stronger than Bruner at the start of the race.
Oh yeah, Provolone was further ahead. I'm looking right now at the control line, and it looks like Bruner was able to jump him in the pit stops. They did have that stop go, which pulled Bruner back into the clutches of Provolone, who had that spin at turn 5 that cost him pretty big. But if I'm looking right now, the gap between them is within, I want to say, 5 seconds now. No.
It's 12.
No.
12 seconds.
12 seconds. Yeah. So the graph looks pretty. My ability to do addition and subtraction is not. But it is definitely a situation where Bruner is about to have the 82 Aston getting bigger in his rear view.
Yeah, so while the GT3 class is kind of settling in on their positions, but I do expect that Cosi and McConnell are really going to start pushing for the lead. A lot of work to do with, let's say, relatively little time remaining, with an hour and 43 on the board. The GT4 class has potential battles all the way through. So we got 4.5 seconds to first place between Burkhoff and Lewis. We have 6-second gap between Snyder and Wassam, and a 12-second gap between Bruner and Provolone. So I expect this is going to get quite spicy, maybe in about 20 minutes time.
It could. I think the critical point here is, what is that last pit stop going to look like? Because if you think about it, so got like the driver who finishes the race cannot be in the car for longer than 75 minutes. So that's one factor to take into consideration. They still have mandatory tire change they have to take. And then for some of the cars that are out on track, so you take a look at, we've got Porsches, Lexus, Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW. What are we looking at for fuel consumption? And for the folks at home that don't know, like, these cars can totally fill up to run 75 minutes. That shouldn't be the problem. However, every extra liter of fuel you're keeping in the car is extra weight you're dragging to the end of the race. So in terms of like trying to close the gap, you want to hit your fuel numbers right. You want to hit your driver stint timers. You don't want to get, what'd you say, like 130-second penalty for not hitting your driver stint timer, like automatic.
Yep.
Like, you do not want to be bleeding time like that. A minute, so 130 seconds is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds puts Kostovich completely out of it for Willis, puts him potentially in the clutches of as far back as Harris or Caddis. Like, definitely don't want that sort of thing to come into a factor here. So that's what it's going to be all about with that last pit stop. Sorry, I'm long-winded when it comes to data.
No, I mean, we have an hour and 41 minutes left to talk about it, so that's absolutely okay.
Looking at the data right now for at least the last 5 laps, the GT3 field has completely, like, almost like frozen in terms of their gaps, with the exception of Kostovich is gaining on Willis at a pretty decent, when I say a pretty decent rate, he's gaining on him in drips and drabs, I should say. Not a decent rate. Drips and drabs. Closed it down by about a second and a half over the last 5 laps, but still 20.4 that he's got to close it down before the end of his driver stint. Hour and 41 minutes. It's going to be interesting to see how the top 2 finish this race out.
Yeah, so in the last lap, looks like he gained about a 10th and a bit.
Yeah.
So if he were to do that consistently, that would mean 10 times, that's a lot of laps for 21 seconds.
The math is certainly tricky when it comes to that. Now, if you take a look at the GT4 field, you've got a completely different story to think about. Beltan in the 950 in the lead after the pit stop battle. Burkhoff in second, only 1.6 back, so it is definitely a close fight with them. You take a look at Wassam and Snyder, while they are not necessarily right next to each other right now, about 8 seconds between them. If I wanted to look at Snyder's tires in comparison to Wassam, are about 8 laps fresher. So that could be an interesting site to catch up with. If we're looking at, if I'm looking at car 14 and car 82, they're gaps a little bit bigger, but at the same time too, another one of those deals where you're dealing with a car that's got fresher tires than the other one. So 14 is running, I want to say, tires that are probably about, I don't know, 12 laps older. It's going to be tricky for them to manage that. So GT4 is going to be spicy in about 3 areas by the end of this race. GT3 right now, we're really focused on that battle between P1 and P2.
Right, and we do have P5, P6 pretty close to each other between Caddis and Pickerel. So that's getting pretty close. And actually, I'm going to swap over to my camera as the lead. So we're going to do that audio change.
Yep.
And as we did so. And if you could hop on to potentially Beltan's rear wing, we can go and keep an eye on this little battle. It looks like Burkhoff is putting about 0.2 a lap faster. Oh, and that was 0.8 a lap faster on the previous lap. So pretty close to his fastest, where the Burkhoff team has a 31.2 as their fastest ever with a 31.6 in their last lap, to Lewis's 31.4 fastest and 32.2 to his last lap. So Burkhoff putting in some consistent pace to make up that gap down to 1 second now. And you know what? He's gonna need it, because Engelman is a bit slower. You're not gonna say considerably, but it's a bit slower than Burkhoff. So they want to use this stint to build that gap, to be able to maintain that pace or maintain that position through Engelman's stint, and really bring it home in that last stint.
So I am just taking a look right now because something interesting just happened in the data around lap 95. I'm not sure, but it looks like something happened to Pickerel. He fell down the order and has risen back up a little bit. He is currently sitting P5 in front of Caddis and Pennycook. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out, because Sundar really had that 53 car kind of in the mix. Car 69 having the mistake with the fueling, I thought would make the battle between 69 and 53 a little bit closer. But Pickerel being P5 right now, I'm looking at lap 95 in particular. Something happened, because he went from, I want to say, 28 seconds ahead of, excuse me, change my focus point, sorry. If I change my anchor point, it looks like he went from about 28 seconds ahead of car 117 to now being car 117 being about 30 seconds ahead. So something happened for Pickerel.
That's you know, again, that's not typical of Pickerel. He's a very consistent driver, so I'm surprised to see that be the case. While Burkhoff maintains a pretty consistent gap to Lewis here, coming up on some traffic, or is that GT3 traffic making their way through? So
I think that's GT3 traffic making their way through. I think the car in the very front of that train is the Frickadelli Porsche, which is piloted by Harris. I'm not sure, where is McConnell in relation to Harris right now? Pretty far up the road.
Yeah.
About a minute up the road, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who's in front of Harris right now.
So it looks like it's Harris, McConnell, Coasty. So a minute and 7 second gap between fourth and third.
It's the 22 of Willis that's behind the Frickadelli Porsche, that's in front of Beltan, and the 747 of Mike Burkhoff. And that is interesting traffic, but yeah, so Willis has got to get around Harris. Not sure, is there by any chance any kind of like weird team games going on here where Harris could end up holding up close a little bit? I mean, it's not like Harris and Kostovich know each other that well, but in terms of traffic right now, I thought the position that everybody came out after that last pit stop was kind of weird. Although Pickerel is actually, now that I look at it, is good to the regs on tire swaps.
Okay, so looks like McConnell has made his way up to Coasty. Just looking at the times as this battle between Burkhoff and Lewis progresses, getting closer and closer now, well within a second. Looks like McConnell is trying to unlap himself. So Willis and Coasty are in the same lap with a 22-second gap, and then a lap down is McConnell trying to unlap himself. So 69 did unlap himself. She just made it past Coasty. Coasty didn't put much of a battle in the interest of not losing time to Willis, but McConnell does have some pace. So McConnell is putting down a little bit slower. Looks like it was a 26.0. Okay, so 25.1 compared to Coasty's 26.1 and Josh's 24.0 for the last lap.
What I think there must have been like a mistake on track or something for the 949 car, which I'm actually trying to still figure that out, because it says, to say, man, I'm actually looking back through the incident data on the stream, and man, we have had like a relatively calm race in terms of not a lot of incidents.
I mean, 6 contacts overall through what, 2 hours and 30 minutes is quite impressive.
At Laguna.
Yeah.
That's the part that I'm kind of like really trying to wrap my head around at Laguna. So just looking real quick, it looks like Burkhoff is about to give Beltan some drama. So I'm gonna switch. I want to get the bonnet cam of the Aston in the mix here.
And we'll stay on the TV cam here. I'm gonna go over to a blank screen, just really get the focus on the team here.
So that right there is one of the Flying Lizards, and that is a beautiful livery, by the way, on the Aston there.
Oh, and he might use the oncoming or the passing through traffic to his advantage. That'd be smart of Burkhoff to try and see if he can get himself tucked in behind some of the GT3s the next time they pass through. That's close enough, but gets a really good exit.
So if I'm looking, I also wanted to look at the tire life between these two.
Oh, and Burkhoff is through.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at Beltan's tires are a little bit older. I want to say about, I don't know,
and
8 laps.
He goes wide into the corkscrew, and then Beltan takes the position back. It just an instant of loss of concentration and a big loss for him. This really puts him back a bit, as we spoke earlier. Really wanted to get that free air and get that pace, build a bit of a gap to Beltan, but he's going to be stuck behind him again, and it might take him even longer this time to overtake.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Looking at the stints, and Beltan's running on some old rubber in comparison to Burkhoff. Burkhoff looks like with the 41 laps on the first stint, giving it to Engelman for 38 laps, they've kind of extended. They've got, I want to say, so 41 and 38, that is 79, and 37 and 34, that's 71. So they've got 8 laps of advantage on tire life relative to the 950. But what's going to be interesting about that is they've been extending. They're going to have to take that last pit stop probably a little bit late. Do they do the driver swap? They do have to take another tire change to the regs. Meanwhile, Beltan is going to get at least another shot out of him.
Oh, Beltan spins.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Went wide, spun it. I wonder if there was any contact to the wall. Gonna look at his, went too far there.
I'm looking, I do see a little bit of vibration from the hood. I think he might have some damage.
Yeah, I'm looking at his front end. He made contact to the wall there.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Yeah, he's got some front end damage. He's got Pac-Man hood going.
You know what we say here at TRACKILICIOUS? You hate to see it.
Yep, that is that's a bitter pill. But I suspect what Beltan's probably going to do, he's probably going to settle into a lap. Try not focus too much on cars ahead, cars behind, and try and see what's the relative pace of that damaged Aston Martin relative to everyone else. So let's talk about times right now. So we're about to hit, so we passed the 1.5 hours to the end of this race. So that's 90 minutes. So I think what Beltan's going to probably try to do is suffer for at least a little while longer and take that pit stop early. Probably put himself right on the edge of what the fuel of that Aston can handle or the tires can handle. Try and push to the end. He was already going to be behind in terms of the freshness of the tires. But he's definitely going to want to try and see if he can make that last stint count, try and recover some time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I do think that this is still going to be a close battle towards the end. As Engelman hops into the car, they might give Belton a bit of an advantage in terms of pace to be able to make up the now 21-second gap to first place.
So we got 106 laps in the books here. Willis is moving through the traffic right now. I can't see Kostovich anywhere in sight. He looks like he's lost about 1.1, 1.6 seconds on Willis. I'm just kind of curious. So McConnell had to unlap himself. I'm curious where McConnell is in relation to.
Well, it looks like
Willis.
McConnell unlapped himself and then got lapped again by Costi, because I'm pretty sure he was ahead of Costi at one point in time. But they must have. Looks like there was a 25-second lap that he put down that must have been a mistake somewhere, pushing him back behind Costi again, and again chasing to unlap himself yet again.
Man, this has really kind of delivered some crazy racing in terms of one, it being kind of competitive. That first half of the race was like really competitive with like the GT3, GT4 field being kind of roughly stabilized in relation to each other. Battle pockets all over the place. Now what we're seeing is kind of like that same sort of trend is happening with GT4. GT3, it's a little less so. The interesting thing also is we've got these weird scenarios where we've got drivers like Pickerel, in GT3, we've got Provolone and Beachley. Well, Beachley 13 laps back. He's probably out of it. But Provolone is going to try and see if he can gain on Brunner. Brunner's going to try and see if he can gain on Snyder. Robert Lewis's mistake may put him in the clutches of Wassam. There's just a lot left to figure out here.
Yeah, and as we say that, we see Snyder's only 3.5 seconds behind Wassam, so he's really closing that gap. It was 6 seconds earlier, and I think he gained about a second in the last lap. There must have been a mistake from Wassam. Constable Cody, we call him. So yeah, hopefully we do see a bit of battling going on towards the end here. But you know, again, now we're looking as the pace has really settled the cars in their position. We have one more big event, which is that third pit stop requirement that could finally shake things up, and then leading towards the end where we have solo drivers like a lot of ums there, but
I think Beltan is one of the few. I don't know if do we have another solo? Not sure.
I don't think so. I think we were supposed to have more, just didn't end up managing to clear their schedule enough. But yeah, so we might see that come into play where we're talking about mental fatigue of a 4-hour race going back to back. So we'll have to see how that one plays out for Lewis, if he's able to maintain that concentration, clearly making a slight bit of mistake, giving Burkhoff that 21-second advantage.
Yeah, I'm looking through the data for GT3 right now. The pockets to pay attention to is you got from car 117 back to well, even back to car 951. Car 951 being down as far as they are. So they're 2 minutes back from, actually, let me remove car 69 from the mix here. I'm just curious. If I'm looking at, yeah, car 13's only got 19 seconds on 951. Car 13's only 9 seconds back from 53. Car 117, who has not taken another mandatory tire change pit stop to the regs, is only, I want to say, what, 26 seconds ahead of car 53, who has taken pit stops to the regs. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see how the track right now. Everyone's pretty fairly spread apart. Like, I think the closest battle and continuing to close is between Snyder and Wassam. 789, who are going up the hill right now. As Wassam's in the Freedom Unit's Camaro. Snyder hunting him down in the Beef Steward's Audi.
I love that name. It's good stuff. I'm looking through the data of the back GT3 runners. Oh, by the way, one point is the track is starting to cool. We are approaching 6 p.m. In game, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, 5:30 p.m. on track, and it has dropped down from last temperature check-in was 32 degrees. We're down to 28 degrees. So we're hitting that fluctuation point where we're going. Now we're backsliding towards cooler temps.
Right, as we see Constable Cody going into turn 2 and Snyder just in the background there. You see him getting closer and closer. Dropped a bit of time down to 3.7 seconds. Might have been giving Pickrell the opportunity to pass through as a GT3 car. So we'll see how it shapes up as Pickrell goes through and passes Cody to see if that gap goes back down to the 2 seconds mark.
Yeah, we've hit that phase of the race where we run into this 949. The thing that I like to remind the viewers of is that in races like these, you've now hit the phase where it's less about brute strength and more about use your head. If you try to approach the last hour and 20 minutes of this race like it's a sprint, yeah, sure, you might start pumping in fast laps and stuff like that, but there's still a lot more into the strategy than just pumping out fast lap times. Like you said earlier, we still got that looming final mandatory pit stop for all but 3 of the competitors in the field. We've got cars that are racing around with damage. They're going to have to figure out how that factors into the race as we hit this closing hour. But yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see what people do in what is going to be the conclusion of this 4-hour endurance race.
Yeah, and as I look through the chat here, I just want to say a quick thanks to Barry Goldfish. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you being here. So
switching over. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was switching over to the TV field with the race leader who's moving through a little bit of GT4 traffic. 111 laps in the books for the Dying Lizard 22. And so Willis is going to come across the line and set a 23.886. He's starting to really put his foot down in terms of pace. If I look at him in relation to the rest of the GT3 field, I just want to see what he's doing in terms of his lap times. He is pumping in an average of 24 zeros. Actually, the GT3 field is really, their pace is starting to come down in terms of those lap times. Kostovich is pumping in 24 zeros. Where is McConnell? McConnell is pumping in 24.9. So McConnell's a little bit off the pace in the 6.9. And the 117 of Harris is averaging 25.3s. So the front runners kind of in a league of their own right now, pumping in those 24 zeros. And we're just going to have to wait and see what P3, P4 do as this race gets closer to a conclusion.
Right, and then just looking down into the GT4s, we do see Burkhoff and Lewis, the gap between them still getting bigger and bigger. As Snyder seems to have made a mistake, dropping down to 11-second gap to Wassam. Missed that there. I'm wondering what happened. Must have gone off, but it's not that much of a difference, but enough to give Wassam some breathing room for sure.
Indeed. I want to turn over to Pickerel, who goes in front of Beltan through the corkscrew. So Pickerel's got some recovery ahead of him. But here's the thing about Pickerel that we shouldn't count out on. Like, he's good to the regs for the tire change, and he is quicker, I believe. So 24.747 on the average, and he is chasing down Harris in the 117, who is averaging 25.4s. Pickerel's going to have a quicker stop. He's not going to have to take tires. He is going to have to take fuel. He is going to have to deal with the driver stint timer, but he's also offset a little bit. So, we'll see how that shakes out.
But I think that, I think because they have to do the driver swap, they don't gain an advantage without doing the tires. Because the driver swap and the tires happen at the same time, don't they?
They do. However, the driver stint timer is the time that the driver that is in the car is supposed to stay there. I'm not sure if you guys have total max driver allocation in the rule sheet for this. I apologize to everybody. I didn't read that before we got started. But 75 minutes is how long the maximum amount of time that car is supposed to be out on track before he goes into the pits. Because we saw, like, for example, take Shane Rees and Chris PK. They're doing a double-double, so they're doing two in the front, 2 in the back. It could be that they leave Pickerel in for the end of this race if the regs allow it, and he could just go in for the splash and dash at the end. He's off cycle. It's going to be interesting. We'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds, because he's got 21 seconds to make up.
Right, because they've done 3 stops with tire changes is what you're saying. So that is a possibility that we'll see.
I mean, they could basically had the misfortune. They were running third, clearly in third after car 69 made the mistake. When they themselves made their own error, they had to kind of figure out what to do to deal with that situation. And it looks like diving into the pits and taking the mandatory tire change, whereas car 69 took the dive into the pits and did not take the tire change. That calculus is going to play out, and we just got to kind of wait and see, because they're kind of committed to their strategy. They're going to just have to see if it's the right one or not.
Right.
And to be clear for everybody that's watching, I'm not necessarily saying that 69's under threat from 53 yet, but 117 is definitely under threat from 53 at this point. Because there is only, what? Actually, probably would be smarter for me to just pull up those two and look at them in relation to one another. But if I'm like looking, yeah, the gap is closed down now to 18 and a half, 19 seconds. So car 53 is much quicker, and car 117 is definitely in their window. Robert Lewis is pitted to the mandatory regs, and if you look at that, if he times that just right, I'm curious. I'm going to pop over to the 950, because here's an interesting thing. Although actually, I think he might be in trouble from a timer perspective.
Yeah, that was a bit early.
Well, he had damage. He did have older tires, and he did have damage. He could be actually more on the normal GT4 cycle for his race than we think. While you're focused in on some of the other action, I'm going to pull him up real quick. I just want to see his stint lengths.
But the problem with that pit stop is if he had waited another, 5 minutes or so, he would have been well within the ability to run through the rest of the race. So he looks like he's cornered himself into an additional pit for no reason.
He may have cornered himself into an additional pit for no reason, but here's the calculus he might be doing. He had to deal with damage, 1. He had to take tires, 2. So he was going to take a long stop regardless. So he might be saying to himself, 17's not in the cards. Can I catch 7, 8, 9? Can I stay out in front of 14? That might be the calculus he's doing in his head. Because he already had to take, he probably was losing time, way too much time. Like, if I look at his stint before the accident, he was averaging 32.6. After the accident, he was averaging a 33.3. So he's already pitching 7/10 in the trash every lap. if you look at Bruner in relation to him, so with damage, 33.3, that number in your mind. Bruner, 32.7. So Bruner's got a 6/10 advantage. Beltan's pitching 7/10 in the garbage. He might be looking at that math in his head, saying, I want to stay out in front of Bruner. Can he maintain the gap and stay in front of Bruner? I don't know.
Yeah, but if
Bruner's
that was,
only 13 seconds back.
if that was the case, what I would have done is pit immediately right when the accident happened, right? So it seems to me, and I might be wrong, because you know Beltan better than I do, that it might have been a miscalculation on when to pit, because if he was trying to gain that extra time and then use that to his advantage and willing to take that extra pit, then it would have just done it immediately, or as soon as he crashed, maybe the next lap or whatever it is, gain the time through the stint and then go back in for that extra pit that he's going to have to take, and overall maybe not lose as much.
The thing that I would say there is that it is entirely possible that he has made a miscalculation by pitting when he did, but he might be trying to put a band-aid on a really badly broken limb already. So he's been bleeding 7/10 a lap, and he may be thinking to himself, okay, if I stay out in the car another 15 minutes, you take 15 minutes and do that math in your head. We're not going to do the math exactly, but let's say it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10 laps, probably more like 11 laps. If he's bleeding 7/10 a lap for 11 laps, he might be saying that might be a gap where it's like, now Bruner's just passed me on time alone. So he might be trying to put a band-aid on the broken limb. I tend to give drivers the benefit of the doubt when they make their decisions, not automatically assume their mistakes. He's committed to a strategy now. Regardless of how he slices the pie, he's taking a stop. What he might do, and this is if I'm in Beltan's head, here's what I'm thinking. Bruner pits, I follow him. I don't let Bruner undercut me. The end. Like,
Right.
whatever he does, I cover him off. If he does that, and he can keep his pace numbers, his pace figures good, Bruner's not going to make up 13 seconds in pit stop unless Beltan makes a huge miscalculation during his pit stop. Misses his box, hits the wall, something. But if he can cover off Beltan during the pit window, or cover off Bruner during the pit window, he might be able to stay in P11 overall. That's just what I'm thinking. And for the folks at home, apologies for, let's crack open Philip's head and start talking endurance strats. But if that's not what you tuned in for, apologies. That's just where my head goes.
No, I mean, I think this is really healthy discussion to really try and understand how the end of the race is going to unravel. But I mean, we're trying to predict without being able to read into Beltan's mind.
Or just straight up see the future. Like, it's just absolutely.
He did not tell me. You're cheating. He did not tell me you had a crystal ball.
I do not have a crystal ball, but there are a few maxims of endurance racing that I follow like they were tablets that came down from the mount. It is, don't let the car behind get the undercut on you in endurance race. And you always undercut the car you're chasing at the end. Like, those are just the way, like, I may have just given up the game for just about everybody that ever races against me from here on out, but I kind of don't care, because to me, I'm more excited to see when people prove that strategy wrong, just because I've seen it work so many times. It's like, you don't let the competition behind you get the undercut, and you always undercut the car you're chasing down. That's
Right.
just the way that I always think about it. So if I'm Beltan, I follow Bruner from here on out. I'm locked into his rhythm. Whatever, like, I'm driving faster than him. When he pits, I'm going in. That's the way I'm playing the game. If he's chasing down Snyder, I'm doing faster laps than Snyder, come hell or high water. And when Snyder, I pit before Snyder does at the end of the race. That's just the way that I play it. You want to have that time on track to yourself. You want to let the time that people have in the pits be their, hopefully their undoing in terms of either their mistake. Just like we were talking about, hitting the wall, miss your box, don't set your settings right, whatever. But anyway, that's my spiel. I'll shut up now.
Well, that is a really good time because now we're rolling into the final stint pit window. So we are within that now. I am curious to see how people start pitting, if there's going to be any mistakes made, because, you know, the difference between Coasty and Willis are really a bad pit mistake and maybe an error on track away.
Absolutely. I'm looking right now at the entire GT3 field that's still on track, and I am just waiting to see who's going to be the first person to take a bite of the apple and hit the pit stop for the undercut. I'm also interested in Pickerel, because he is, again, like, maybe I'm wrong, and people in chat can totally just shower me with rotten fruit. Whatever. Pickerel having that mandatory pit stop knocked out, the fact that he was in P3 before the whatever miscalculation caused him to go in for another pit, went to the corner store and got stopped by the police. Laugh my LeMayo. Crow, have you tried driving slower? I'm just kidding. I don't know what you got stopped for. You might have just rolled through a stop sign or whatever. And McConnell is in pits. What is McConnell doing? So McConnell hits the box first.
Is that the final pit for them? They're just
That's the final pit for them.
Right?
Yep. That is 100% the final pit for them. So
if
looking
I were
at the
to
stream,
guess,
we're all watching him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to Pickerel, because I want to see where Pickerel is going to be in relation to McConnell when he comes around. So if we pull up helicopter cam and the track map. So he is...
I do have the track map up, so you can skip that.
Okay, cool. I'm going to switch over to blank then, because if we look, if the folks at home want to focus in on car 53 in relation to car 69, I think 69 is going to get out.
I'm going to guess Valdez is hopping in, and yep, there it is.
Yep, and he's on his outlap, so he is good to the regs. Last driver's in. So now the interesting play is, where is car 117 in relation to car 69? Not even close. Just now coming across the line, under no threat. So really, for the battle for P4, Pickerel and Harris, how's this pit stop battle going to play out? Pickerel, I think, kind of fell into the same trap that Beltan just did. He fell into it a little sooner. He was able to react to it and commit to the strategy a little sooner. But definitely going to pay attention to car 117, car 53 in with respect to the end of this race.
Yeah, that's.
And by the way, I'm talking a lot. You can just tell me to shut up whenever you want.
No, honestly, this is one of the benefits of streaming with you, is that my physical in real life exhaustion, which has been significant considering that there's been a lot going on, plays really well into allowing you to just keep going, and I'm totally for that.
Yeah, so we are looking at Kostovich right now. So Kostovich still has to perform a pit stop. I don't think he's really factoring in Valdez at all, and they're pretty far back. So if I'm looking right now, I'm just kind of curious what the gap is between them. It's pretty big. I want to say 3 minutes behind race leader, and 949's 2 minutes behind race leader. So I don't think 69 is in it for P2 at this phase. I think 69 is doing damage limitation on making sure they don't make a mistake by the end of this race and finishing in front of Harris or Pickerel.
Well, hopefully they fueled up this time.
Yep, Harris is in the pits. He is getting ready to stop. Let's figure out. So Pickerel's already passed him. And the thing is, Pickerel, when he comes in for his stop, unless mandatory tire swap, the flag is flipped on, and the mandatory tire change limit is really the only tire change limit you got to deal with. If he isn't over his maximum allotment of driver time and Pickerel goes to the end, did car 117 just drop out? Or no, they fell that far down the order. They are now behind car 951 and car 13. That seems off.
3 laps down nonetheless.
I didn't see that coming at all.
No, never mind. That's to the leader. That's to the
Yeah,
leader.
I did not see that coming at all. Well, folks, goes to show you, don't listen to Philip. So that is an interesting turn of events. So car 117 is behind 951 and car 13. Both those have to pit at least one more time, I believe. So it could be that with the normal pit stop cycles for those folks when they wash out, that car 117 is going to be plenty clear of 53, but now 117's got to not lose time, got to try and close the gap down to 53 as much as possible, because the next time 53 comes in the pits, they don't need tires or potentially a driver swap. So you got to put your foot down, you got to get in the flow, try and close it down as much as you can.
So let's see going down the list here who's pitted and who's not. So Willis has 1 pit remaining. Oh, right, because they have yet to do the swap to get Aaron in. Coasty as well. Valdez and Co have finished their pits. Pickerel has finished his pits and is 18 seconds behind Valdez. So he'll be trying to close that gap up. But
Valdez doesn't have to pit again. So when Pickerel pits again because of the stint timer, he is going to lose out to Valdez.
Right.
The key is he going to stay in front of Bojangles in the 117? That right there, I think, is the two points to focus on. Coasty's moving through some lap traffic right now. He just got around Valdez, who's a lap down again, and coming up on some GT4s. Oh wow! Coasty moves to the inside on the exit of turn 5. He is going to get around them before the kink. And looks like no drama there. So, but here's the thing: it's about the battle between 949 and car 22. Last lap for Coasty with the traffic, 25.6. Last lap for Willis, 24.4. So Willis is kind of on rails at this point.
He's locked in.
He might be good in terms of pace to the end of his stint. We're just gonna have to wait and see when the last pit stop happens for the front runners.
Right, and you know, as Free hops in, we saw some really great performance from Free as well. So, unless there's a mistake somewhere in the pits, hopefully they don't forget to put their fuel in, as we've seen happen earlier today. Unless there's something crazy happens, it looks like Willis and Free have this locked down now. Having said that, there's an hour left to go, so anything can happen. But just in terms of what we've seen, in terms of pace and consistency, they do have this one locked down.
Yeah, and the thing is that can I say that with the mistakes happening for the people that are watching, one thing that I can bet you can take to heart is when we hit the 4 hours of Bathurst, people are going to have routines locked in, because there are going to be a lot of people that are going to look at the time they left on the table in the pits, time they left on the table, maybe pushing too hard when they shouldn't, and they're going to try and work those kinks out as much as possible. Because again, the story of endurance racing is you are racing the clock. Kostovich is in the pits. He's aiming for the undercut.
And you know, let's talk about the pits for a second as Coasty goes in. you were looking at the times, the pit times. What was the slowest pit stop that you saw happen?
The slowest pit stop?
Yeah.
GT3? I've been the 22 from Kostovich.
Okay. So you got a
First stop.
22. And then we had
He had a
7.
minute 22.0.
And then we had a 7 minute, minute 7, right? Which was one of the fastest pit stops we saw.
Minute 7, yeah.
We're talking about a 15-second advantage. Now, let's exaggerate a little bit and multiply that by 3. So just in the pit stops itself, there is potentially up to a 45-second advantage that you can gain. Now, if we go back onto our grid, there are several people that would swap positions just based off of that calculation, raw calculation itself. So there's so much to be gained by practicing pits, by practicing procedure, by practicing pit entry. Crow, who is speeding both on lap and off in the real world, apparently.
Hey, here's the thing. He was speeding in the real world, but it's just born out of pure excitement for getting involved in virtual motorsport.
Looks like you got a 30-second stop and go in real life as well there, bud.
If that was a 30-second stop go with a police stop, I want to know how much was exchanged in terms of funds between the two, because I don't know of any traffic stop that's 30 seconds. That's impressive. Real quick, though, to kind of highlight your point for the audience here, if we look at car 22, minute 11, minute 8, that's what we're looking at in terms of their time. 9:49, minute 22, and then a minute 9. So at no point in time have they pitted faster than car 22. They lost 11 seconds net. On the first stop. They lost another 1.5 seconds on the next stop net. So they have left, 12.5 seconds on the table for car 22. And if you take a look at the gap, right now, 12 seconds would put them well within a very, very nice pit window to really generate some real spice in terms of an undercut. What it says now is, with Mike Jackson in the car, Mike's got a lot of work ahead of him to try and somehow maintain, because that's the thing, he's not getting that 12 seconds back, it's gone. He's got to try and maintain whatever position they're going into with this last stint as possible, and hope that Willis, who has yet to pit, who has to navigate through blue flags right now, he's just going through the kink right now, he just passed some G4 traffic. The track time that he's got left before that final pit stop, the mistake is going to get calculated in there somewhere, where somewhere magically that 12.5 seconds is going to appear. Because that's really all they've got to hope for. Willis is in the pits.
I'm going to hop onto Willis. Really good entry into the pits.
Kostovich is passing him right now. So, I think he was a lap down with the pit calculation. So I don't think that's not for position. So Willis is parked. Let's so Willis, you're on Kostovich. I'm on Willis. I don't know about you. Maybe leave it there. See how this all shakes out.
Yeah, we could see how it shakes out. It's not going to be close, though, considering that Jackson just drove through the front straight as Willis was pitting. So hopefully there were no mistakes made there in the pits itself as Aaron comes in and hops into the car. But to your earlier point, just want to hope that they had a procedure down, did their checklist. I'm an engineer in real life. I love checklists, right? You got to make sure that you got everything worked out before hopping into the car. You want to make sure you have your fuel selected, your tires selected, pressures checked. As the temperatures get lower and lower, going into 7 p.m. here in track time as the sun comes down for these guys. It's really simple. It's so simple to do, but it's overseen by so many teams and drivers. It's unreal.
Indeed. And like you said, it wasn't really much of a contest in terms of the pit stop battle. The only thing now is the decisions have been made for the audience at home. Die's been cast. It's all now down to unforeseen variables. Mike Jackson going deep into the Andretti hairpin does not help the cause, but could be a matter of cold tires, cold brakes, whatever. It is 6:59 on track, and we are running at 3 times progression, so it is going to be, what, after 10?
Oh, as Engelmann spins coming out of the pits. Luckily, he didn't cross the line into the racetrack, but stays within the pit limits, let's say. But yeah, unfortunate spin for him there.
He might still get nailed for violation, but we're just going to have to wait and see. By the way, the pit stop for car 22, minute 9.7. So they lost a little bit of time on the final pit stop battle with 949, but not by much, and definitely not by a 2.5 second margin.
So the gap there between first and second is 32 seconds.
Yep. So it would be 20 seconds if all things being equal on their pit stops, they got 12.5 seconds magically. So yeah. on pace alone, car 22's been bonkers.
Yeah, those guys, like I said before, I mean, there is a reason why Willis is winning the championship right now, right? He's in first place. I believe he's in first place. It's either him or it's a really tight battle between him and Ed Kerstetter, one of the guys who races frequently with 949, and Riley Manier, 2-time or 3-time GT3 champ, 2-time GT4 champ. So that battle in our other championships are really heating up, and the pace that you've seen from Josh Willis here in our endurance series really plays out in his favor in the GT3 series and the GT4 series as well.
How many manufacturers have we seen in the lead of GT4?
All?
Because now we got a Camaro in front. I mean, Engelmann is well within the window, but still, I mean, it's been really awesome to see level of performance and the level of tactics in the GT4 class. So let's take a look, actually. So we're on Aaron right now. I just wanted to see if the broadcast app in ACC will update and tell me what the gap is to him and Mike Jackson. Piccarello is within 14 seconds of Valdez, but Valdez is due to the timer stop regulations. 53 is ahead of 117. It's just a matter now of how far. Car 14 pulled in 1 minute 8 stop. Car 18, however, pulled a 1 minute 38 in the pits, so they're out of it. Like, unless something drastic happens to car 14 on track, I think they're frozen in their position.
Yeah, but you know, I do appreciate them not just quitting. To me, when I get into situations like these, ultimately I just see it as an opportunity to practice. In a real life real race scenario, to have people around you as opposed to just putting practice laps down. So it's good to see from these guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys sticking around and continuing to try to do something with it. You know, at this point in time, I don't see anyone going and taking out the rest of the field for you to win the race, but hopefully the next time around you guys have better opportunities to be a little higher up in the grid there.
Yeah, it's going to be again, I think the big thing is going to be people like working through, trying to figure out like how do you not leave that time on the table? It is so critical not to do. In essence, when you're in an endurance race like this, yeah, you might be the fastest guy on track. You might have better racecraft than the guys around you. Ultimately, you are racing against a piece of machinery that doesn't mess up. A second is the same amount of time for everybody on track, and every single second you leave on the table, you're just playing into your opponent's hands. So it's all about don't lose that time. Watching Aaron Free move through this traffic right now. And if this keeps up, man, Car 22 has done a hell of a job.
Yeah, quite a commanding lead through the race. Amazing performance in the first stint by Josh Willis to be able to not only keep up but overtake Travis Valdez and keep that battle interesting. Hold him up for a little bit, if anything, through the second half of his first stint. They lost a little bit of time as Valdez took the position over and Cosi came through. But you know what? We talked about it before. Their strategy in the pits has really been second to none relative to the rest of the drivers on the field.
Indeed. I'm still kind of interested in Snyder, and I'm interested in Snyder. So Blossom's in the pits, so the Freedom units, they're coming into the pits right now. So where is Engelman in relation to Blossom? I think Engelman's got it. Just want to pull over. Yeah, he's got it right now. In fact, he's just now coming. Although he's got a bit of a squabble on his hands with. Is that one of the GT4 assets in front? I think it is. So Engelman will get around Blossom. Where is Lewis in relation to Blossom? Lewis still has to pit one more time. He's got pick roll on the inside of turn 5. Not causing any drama there. Keeping it clinical. So, interestingly enough, Blossom's kind of in the same place, I think, that Valdez is kind of stuck between two battles. Lewis, we know, has to pit. Crow, to my knowledge, I believe also has to pit. At least once more. We'll look at that real quick. And apologies for the folks, I'm bouncing around. I'm trying to find what's the cool fight to focus on.
I think Crow's team has their pits done, actually, so Crow does not need to pit again. So there is an opportunity for Crow to take Lewis for that 4th position.
Yeah, he's good to the regs. He's good to the regs, and actually I'm going to focus in my search on that battle, actually, for P4 and GT4? So right now the gap between gap is over 50 seconds, right? So remember, folks, minute 8. Beltan does not need tires. He is going to take some amount of fuel. So if Crow, which by the way, pitted for the last time, like right after Beltan, I want to say about 4 laps after Beltan took his last pit. The question then becomes for them, like, yeah, because I don't think Beltan can stretch it out. Actually, no, Beltan did exactly what we talked about, right? He pitted with, what is that, more than 60 minutes left? He pitted again right after the hour mark to the end. He's only got 7 laps on his tires. Crow then turned around and had to pit. So Beltan's already doing the undercut to cover off Crow. So somewhere when we were looking at the fight for the lead of the race, right? Unfortunately, I missed this story coming into, like, this is set now. They're racing to the end. Crow and Lewis.
So that means,
And Crow's got to make up 53 seconds. I don't see it happen. Not unless something happens on track.
right. And then Snyder still hasn't pit yet, so I wonder what his time is. But really, that leaves Engelman in first, Miller chasing him down with 45 seconds to make up over the next 43 minutes. So he's got to have a second a lap of pace to make up for, which is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Lewis in third, or Snyder will probably slip somewhere in between, Miller, Lewis, and Crow. But Boyro is actually right behind Crow, and they can make contact again, just like they did in the first stint, or the second stint, I should say. These guys are just magnets to each other.
And Valdez just has to play this out smart, because he's like he's really far behind Jackson. He's ahead of Pickerel. He could make it easy for Pickerel to pick up another spot if he miscalculates this, but he looks like he's navigating the GT4 traffic pretty well. So yeah, Snyder. So you mentioned Snyder, and that made me think. Snyder is not in Beltan's window. However, he hasn't pitted yet, and if he makes a mistake in his pit stop, he could easily fall into Beltan's window. So we got to wait and see. He's an hour and 5 minutes into his driver stint. So what's interesting is if they put in Chrono at the end, they're going to pit with potentially, what we got, 41 minutes left. Like, that is going to be a fast, fresh car for the end of this race. So the 789 might have pulled the big brain play here. Pit, like, extend. So Snyder's stints, he extended every time he's been in the car. And they've been running Chrono short. So they might be trying to push for a really fresh car at the end.
Yeah, it could just be that Snyder might have better pace. He's been putting down some good laps, I think, so might be trying to give the time advantage to the driver who has the better pace.
Pickerel's in the pit, by the way. So Pickerel's in the pit, and Bojangles is just now coming through the corkscrew. Now keep in mind, even if he does, let's see here, is he doing a driver swap? I don't know if he's gonna. I really don't know if he's going to. I'm watching Pickerel right now. Yeah, Pickerel did it with the tire swap to finish it out. I think he pulled it off. Yeah, he took the tires when he had to come in for the pit stop, the extra stop. And what that did is, by taking the extra mandatory tire change, he was able to run another stint. It looks like he didn't change, and stay out in front of Bojangles. So that was purely a not going to catch Valdez, not going to catch Jackson, got to stay in front of P5. And so that's damage limitation right there.
And as we go through, we see that there is actually a battle on track for position between Boiro and they nearly take out the 22 car again. That's unbelievable. Free has to be really careful about these guys. These guys are being super aggressive. Hopefully they do not make a mistake, because that would ruin the 22 car's perfect race that they've run so far. But Boiro looks like he's trying to take that inside line, get an advantage into the corkscrew. Wow, that is such a risky situation for Aaron Free to have gone through, but thankfully he made it through with no scratches on his car. But yeah, Boiro and Crow going at it still lap after lap with only a half a second in between them.
I'm bouncing around right now looking at the other fights we were talking about on track. I just wanted to check in on the 950. So I think car 14 is out of it, but I'm kind of curious about 789, who was in the pits for a minute 14, which I think is going to keep them in front of Lewis.
So I'm actually gonna step out a little bit here as this really interesting battle happens. I'm gonna pop a picture onto stream and show the Trashalicious garbage can motors Focus that raced in Lemons, from which the Crow BMW is an homage to. So really cool to see the livery transition into the sim world. Super fun from Crow and the team there to have represented that image. Our garbage can dumpster fire Focus that is raced in the Lemon series in at Gingerman.
That has got to be a lot of fun. I've personally never had an ambition to do real life racing, mainly just because I've done the math. I know how expensive it is for an individual to try and get into that, especially if you're not like born with just like raw talent. But yeah, hats off to you guys for doing that. Seriously.
As Crow makes a mistake and let's Boiro through. You know, we heard him complaining earlier about the inconsistency in braking, so he does go deep and lets Boiro through. Now, he still has a bit of time to make that back up. We have seen some pretty incredible performance from Crow in the past, but I don't know if he's going to be able to tame this BMW. He seems to be struggling with it.
Indeed. I think it's going to be a struggle, but you know, this is the moment when you got to knuckle down. You got to knuckle down and you got to make it work.
Yeah, what I also want to see is, you know, a little bit of patience from Free in these risky scenarios. I think that situation with Crow and Boiro could have ended really, really poorly on both stint occasions, because he had himself in a pretty poor position earlier in the race as well, managing to keep himself out of the battle, but ever so slightly, and then got into that situation again. So hopefully as he laps through over and over again and goes through these GT4 cars, he's able to keep his head on straight, you know, be a little bit patient. He's got 30 seconds gap to second place, so not really under a lot of pressure, so can afford to be a little bit patient through this closing portion of the final stint.
Indeed. I'm looking at the data from the pit stop with Snyder, and starting at about lap 128, excuse me, Beltan has been shaving time off of the 789, and the gap's not that big to begin with. Gap is not that big to begin with. We're talking about, it's down to 1.4, so Chrono is just leading time to the 950. So Beltan is well within striking distance of the 789, being within a second and a half. So
Right.
It is really starting to heat up. In fact, while you're doing that, I'm going to focus in on Mr. Chrono from his rear wing cam, and we're going to get ourselves...
Oh, just in time for the pass as well. There he goes.
Yep. Yeah, I think it was lick the stamp and send it into the Andretti hairpin, and that's going to put Beltan up into the podium spots for GT4. So Engelman, Miller, Lewis, Cronus, Boiro is your top, what is that, 5? Can I count right? Can I count right? I think it's 5. I think it's 5. Folks, we've been talking for 3.5 hours. My brain's a little cooked.
Yeah, I don't know how Beltan's still doing it.
Beltian's doing it because he's a machine. Like, I personally don't know how he does it either. Let's look at the rest of the fights on track. Just kind of curious. Do you have any other weird story?
Actually, as you were predicting earlier, the battle between the 117 and the 53, they're within 2 seconds of each other. I don't remember if Icar was behind or ahead, but he is ahead now for that 4th place spot in GT3. And as Major Bojangles starts maybe losing some time to him.
He was ahead of so before Pickerel, before the 53 made the mistake, and Pickerel had to come in for the extra pit. Him taking tires on that extra pit was purely, in my opinion, and we can ask Sundar and Pickerel after the race if we want, if that was a damage mitigation, or maybe setting themselves up so that if somebody in front of them, like Valdez or Jackson or Free, made another mistake, maybe try and get into the mix a little bit more with them. But I think that was pure damage limitation. It was all because 117 was already behind before Sundar pitted, even with the normal pit stop cycles. So that was purely keep 117 behind, in my opinion. But we can ask them.
Yeah, they are.
Because when I'm right, but most of the time I'm wrong. I'll be real.
So what you're saying is, when you're right, but when you're not right, you're wrong.
That is 100% correct. It is very like Yogi Berra, the philosopher, definitely somebody that I studied in my younger years. When it does come to making a choice in these kinds of races, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. So let's look. I'm just kind of curious because you mentioned the gap closing or the gap growing a little bit between Bojangles.
It's actually closing, so they're well within a second now. And Major Bojangles really reeling in the 53 of Pickerel. And I have to say that Philip, I knew you as a great commentator, but an astute philosopher was something that I did not know about you.
I dabble in a lot of things. I'm a master of none of them. The thing that I will say about this right now with Pickerel. So let's talk about something where trying to cover them off could have gone wrong. Did they get the fuel calculations right this time? Because they didn't earlier in the race. Did they make a
spin from Bojangles? Loses it.
That's definitely going to help them out. So, yeah, the gap is growing now between the two. But the thing is that I was kind of looking at the pace. 24, to be honest, 24.8 really isn't that slow in the grand scheme of GT3 racing around Laguna. But I was kind of curious, like you mentioned the gap was starting to close. I was like, by any chance, did they get the math wrong on that? Are they going through big lifting coast, big fuel saving, trying to get to the end? But with Bojangles, with the spin right now, he just gave him a gift. I mean, what are we looking at? Greater than 13-second gift in terms of time loss.
Yep, just about.
Yeah. Again, folks, can't lose time. Don't get it back. You don't get it back when it's gone. Into the final corner, Danny Williams in the Tri-State Racing Aston is in front of Kostovich, or excuse me, Papakame. So I'm wondering if this is going to be procedural into Andretti. I don't know if it is. Sure looked sketch.
Oh, and Crow loses it into the last hairpin.
Oh no. Again, the Beamer. The Beamer is just not playing well with Crow and Will.
Yeah, looks like Cars and Crow is just not the good combination for him today. And it's a shame because he was making up some good time back to trying to catch Burrow, but yeah, he had another mistake, and he's got 7 down to 8 seconds that he's got to make up.
Yeah, and it's Coyton's, just like that. Car 13's 18 seconds from 951. Everybody's good to the pit stop regs. It's really just about like lock in your pace, chase down the guy in front of you. By all means, keep the guy behind you. So with 19 seconds between 13, 951. 951, I don't think is going to catch 117. I don't think 117 is going to catch 53 unless something magical happens. The 949 car and car 69 are kind of locked in stasis in between the leader P4. I don't know if they're going to really influence one another that much. So yeah, I think we just need to pay attention to car 53 and everyone behind him. See how that plays out towards the end.
Right. You know, I do think everything is set for the most part. Just a matter of seeing if anyone makes mistakes, you know, as the temperature keeps going down from 28 degrees Celsius track temperatures halfway through the race down to 21 degrees Celsius as we're at 8:15 in game time. I wonder if anyone miscalculated their tire pressures and hence having temperature problems, which could really mean major position changes.
Yeah, loss of traction, graining, all sorts of fun stuff. You got 14 cars on track right now. All have taken their last pit stop well before the temperature dropped below, what, 25 C? I'm going to bet somebody didn't calculate their pressures correctly, because it's going to go below 20 before we hit the end of this race.
Yeah. You know, for a 14-car grid at Laguna Seca, we've had quite a bit of action, and I can only imagine how this would have shaped up if we were able to fill it up to 50 cars. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the absolute chaos of having 50 people on the grid sharing the track and a mixed class GT3 GT4 series is that
50 cars at Laguna would be wild. Wild, to say the least. We're talking about less than a minute 25 on average for GT3 to go around the track. And 50 cars, if you had 25 GT3 and 25 GT4, that would be crazy town. It will also be really fun to watch. Not saying don't do it, just saying it'd be really fun to watch. But yeah, it's so this right here, we were actually alluding to this earlier about like not getting enough cars on the grid, stuff like that. One of the most fun series to watch in SRO is the Sprint X format. And when they started that, they fielded maybe 15 cars. And it is hands down the most exciting format, in my opinion, to watch. Now it's more than 15 cars. I forgot what they fielded for the last race, but in America GT racing, Sprint X is bar none some of the funnest thing to watch. And they started out small. Everything starts out small. It's got a snowball. But yeah, I hope the folks that are watching, if you play ACC, if you're into endurance racing, if you're into the TRACKILICIOUS sim racing community or the 949 sim racing community, or to be honest, any other community, get involved. Make this a blast. Because, I mean, if you fielded 30 cars for Bathurst for 4 hours, that would be a real ding-dong battle, in my opinion. That would be fun to watch.
I was going to say, you know what's more exciting than 50 cars at Laguna Seca?
50 cars at Bathurst?
Hell,
that would be wild.
Yeah.
That would be wild. I forgot how many they field for the 12 hours. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 36, I want to say. But yeah, it'd be wild. It'd be wild to watch.
Yeah, and I think as we, you know, as we settle this partnership and keep growing together, hopefully get some more of the communities involved. So if any of you watching are involved with some of the other racing communities, We encourage more communities to hop on board with this endurance series. Would love to see it grow. We'd willing to work with some of the other North American and European communities for that matter, and really see this thing take off and get a really good endurance series here with some North American times suitable for our East Coast, West Coast guys.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun to see the North American community really kind of blossom and grow into something pretty big. Because when me and Belton started doing the 949 stuff, it was basically mostly European time slots. But yeah, just looking real quick at the race leader, Aaron Free, after 151 laps, 28 seconds ahead of Mike Jackson with 23 minutes, almost on the nose when he comes across the track. We're at 20 degrees C, by the way, folks. Remember, I told you it's going to be less than that by the end of this race, because it's going to be, what is that, 60 minutes ahead with 3 times from here in terms of track time. So it's going to be well under 20 by the end of this race. And, you know, car 22, best of luck to you. I hope you got your tire pressures right in that Porsche. But we'll see how it plays out in the long run. But right now they're running a pretty good race. A little bit of drama right now with the GT4. They've got, I believe that's Borio. Going into the King. Borio checks up pretty heavy for the braking zone to let Aaron Free get past.
And you know, he doesn't need to have his tire pressures right. He just needs to have it less wrong than Jackson. It's all relative.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, not only that too. I mean, we're talking about 2 drivers that are basically running the equivalent of a reasonably normal stint length at the end, with changing conditions, big fluctuations. We're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood. I would not be shocked if we see a 10 degree, 12 degree swing in terms of temperature in this last stint alone. It will be interesting to see, because like Lexus is notorious for wearing out its tires. Porsche is notorious for dealing with rear traction loss. So it's going to be real interesting as the conditions start to become a factor, how that plays into the end of the race. I want to turn my attention also real quick to Andrew Pickerel right now, who has, I believe it's greater than a 12-second gap on Bojangles. So he has maintained that gap spacing that Bojangles handed over after that spin out of turn 10. So he's probably just managing his pace as best he can to the end of the race.
And to answer the question for Alt Route here, looking for dates and tracks for the next ones, you can look that up on TRACKILICIOUS.com and TRACKILICIOUS.com/simracing, or go to our Discord on discord.gg/TRACKILICIOUS, or I can just tell you that our next races are November 13th, which is the 4-hour driver swap enduro at Bathurst, and December 11th, which is the 8-hour finale at Silverstone.
And I'm looking forward to that 8-hour finale at Silverstone. That was the first endurance race that we did as 949 many months ago, and that was a real awesome fight. I'm interested to see what sort of car composition we see for the 2020 Silverstone BOP in an 8-hour endurance race. Probably going to see some Bentleys. That would be interesting to see. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
You know what I'm most excited about the 8-hour is that because it's a 3-time multiplier, you're actually going to see 24 hours in the game time.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be, again, it's going to be huge. Those temperature fluctuations that happen in that time delta increase, it's big. It really can make an effect. You kind of have to almost split the middle with what you select for pressures. You can't make your tires too sensitive to either edge of the temperature window. So that means that you're kind of always operating with a non-optimally pressured tire. But at the same time too, you're not dealing with a widely out of range pressured tire. So that's kind of, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that strategy. It's going to see what it's going to be fun to see what the teams come up with in terms of race strategy for something like that.
Yeah, as we hop on with Lewis here, still maintaining his third place position, going on to Miller in the Freedom Units Camaro. Again, second place, good pace, keeping that position. And then in first place, despite his incident coming out of the pits there, and we'll yet to see if the stewards are going to act on that. Maybe we could have Grim Reaper have a look at that, as he is one of our admins. Coming out the pits, had a bit of a spin to identify whether that would be any penalty. But yeah, we'll see if there's anything to report going through this last 20 minutes of the race as the sun sets in beautiful Laguna Seca.
It was really a lot of fun to do this, by the way, Eric. Thank you so much, the TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing guys, for handling the server backend stuff, the registrations, the bookings, all that stuff. I really appreciate you guys doing this. Really appreciate you guys letting us be a part of it. It's been a lot of fun to do this. I'm just interested to see what the final 17 minutes have in store for everybody who's watching at home.
Absolutely, and to respond to Josh here, it was the swap between the third and fourth stint for Engelman and Burkhoff. A spin coming out the pits. I need to check and see if that was deemed a penalty or not. And yeah, to respond to you, absolute pleasure. Pleasure was all mine. And thanks to the 949 guys for partnering up. You guys are an awesome group of people. And an even awesomer group of drivers. So double errors there just to emphasize the amount of awesomeness. Been really fun. I think for the first time of us doing this type of an endurance, it was extremely successful. Generally had pretty good clean racing out on the track there. A bit of love between Boiro and Crow, for sure, but hey, that's a part of racing, that if you're not putting your elbows out, are you really trying? But yeah, looking forward to growing this together. Looking forward to see the end of this race as well, and many more races to come.
Indeed. One thing probably we want to focus on maybe a little bit in terms of like thinking about the end of this race and what sort of fun things could happen. Beltien's on lap 26 of his final stint after taking the early pit stop within the hour mark to hit that end of the race. Right now, remember, he's trying to manage his race with respect to. I mean, we originally thought he was trying to manage it with respect to what is it, Crow? But car 14's run into some bad luck. Car 82 was already behind them, so really not a factor here. However, Snyder fell into the clutches of Beltien. He is losing pace to Beltien, but I think we might be getting close to a bit of either the stint length or temperature cliff, where car 950 might start losing a little bit of that pace advantage with the final 15 minutes, because he's starting to kind of plateau. And I wonder, Snyder, who is running on 4 laps newer tires, probably with less fuel to the end of the race, how quick is the 789 going to be? It's going to be interesting.
Right. Has Beltan served his time limit pit yet?
He has. Yep.
Okay.
Because if he's required to be in the car for only 75 minutes at a whack. Now remember, that is line to line in pits. So the amount of time you're in the car as a driver once you cross the pit line and once you exit the pit line doesn't count. He has been well within the window in every single stint. 58 minutes, 53 minutes, 48 minutes, 18 minutes. Now at 41 minutes, but he stopped well within 60 minutes of the end of the race for that final. So he is well within his limits. What's going to be interesting, though, is, again, that pace drop-off that we might see by the end of this race.
Yeah, so we will see. I mean, it's still relatively close. They're only within 15 seconds of each other. That's one spin away. And despite Lewis's incredible performance. We have seen him make mistakes, and as we talked about, I'm sure he's reaching that mental fatigue right now, having been in the cars for 3 hours and 45 minutes. So we'll see if that results in another slip up from him. And as we say that, thanks Z2 1997 for the follow. Appreciate you joining us.
Another thing I want to highlight for you. So an area where I might end up being wrong here is I told you about how 69 is kind of like locked in no man's land, and Pickerel wasn't necessarily a threat for him. That may, I mean, he's more than 30 seconds back, but the thing that I'm focusing on is since the pit stop, the graph between those two cars, car 69 and car 53, it's stark for car 69. It is basically everybody behind them just going up into the right in terms of gaining on them. So it's going to be interesting. I wonder if car 69 is doing a little bit of pace management towards the end of the race, might push like right at the end. I don't know, but car 53 is catching.
Or considering that they were not as meticulous in their pit stop in the previous stint, could they have gotten their tire pressures wrong?
Tire pressures or fuel? Because that's the thing. I mean, we're talking a 75-minute max stint time, right? But if you just like smooth brain it and say, you know what, 120 liters, whatever, just whatever your fuel tank will hold, just throw it in there. You're carrying weight. You're just, not only are you carrying weight, every liter that goes in the car is time. Like as you sit in the pits, especially for Pickerel, take Pickerel for example, he didn't need a tire change on his mandatory pit stops. It was splash and dash. If he overfilled the car, he was just sitting there taking fuel he's not going to use. That's extra weight that he doesn't need.
Oh,
so
we do have some feedback from the chat here. It looks like he's driving without force feedback.
That will definitely factor it in, like technical difficulties, technical gremlins. Again, folks, we're in the final stages here. We got 11 minutes and 26 seconds left on the clock, and eye's been cast for almost everybody on the field here. Well, actually, I would say everybody on the field's pretty much cast their die. Any other dies that get cast from here on out is in reaction to some sort of calamity. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how the last 11 minutes work out.
So Pickerel is catching up at around 3 to 5 seconds a lap.
It's intense.
And they have about 7 laps left. If he's able to maximize that and Valdez continues to put down 29, 30, 31 laps, that last lap is going to be extremely close for the final third place podium position for GT3.
I know, and the thing is, for him to lose force feedback on the last stint, like he can't pit. If he pits, if Valdez has to pit to deal with the technical issue, put a new guy in the car, whatever, like he is falling into the clutches of being not only out of the podiums, but being towards the back of the GT3 field entirely. So it is down to, these are the kinds of storylines that we try to look for when we're looking at endurance racing. What sort of situation is going to pop up where people are going to have to like really test their mettle? I mean, he's navigating, Valdez is navigating GT4 traffic right now without force feedback. Pickerel is just closing. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and we have some Boiro fans in here, very optimistic Boiro fans, if I could add, saying that he is going to catch the leader being a lap down. Maybe it's possible. The rest of the field crashes out. It's always possible, but at this point in time, probably say it's a little unlikely.
So if Boiro catches Engelman, right? Like, if that doesn't trigger a call into the steward's office for like, what happened here, I don't know what does. But to Boiro's credit, he did do some door banging with Crow, but for largely, I felt like it was like Rubbins racing kind of stuff. But yeah.
Oh, it sounds like Pickerel.
That is true. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was looking at Willis. Willis is saying a fact that, again, folks, me being in the booth alongside Eric and looking at these fancy graphs and stuff like that, it doesn't make me smarter. Pickerel's tires are an hour and a half old.
We got really close to who is that? Looks like it's Williams. You got really close to him there. Or is that Boyro? Might be Boyro. Williams is Williams right behind. And I don't understand. Come on, Boyro. Let him by. He's got a position to make up here.
Well, the thing is that especially on that straightaway towards turn 5, that braking zone kind of comes a little bit late for I feel like GT4 cars a little bit, and I feel like Boyro might not have understood how fast the 53 was going to close in on him. So I mean, again, we've transitioned to night. Oh, and there's a pit maneuver.
Oh boy!
On the exit of turn 11, and Pickerel is now potentially out of it for catching Valdez. You hate to see that.
You hate to see it.
Yep.
You hate to see it.
And that right there, I feel like, is probably just down to, again, folks, we're in the last 10 minutes. These are the kinds of errors, these are the kinds of mistakes you're totally going to start seeing. And it's probably going to be across the field. That's probably going to be across the field.
Yeah, that must be so frustrating. I mean, he was putting down some great times trying to get that final podium position. To be taken out by a back marker is just, ooh, that's gonna simmer for a while.
Yeah, if I'm looking right now, so car 53 now, and see, the thing is that now car 53's got to deal with the fact that car 117 just got a nice gift. I'm just gonna click through here.
Yeah, he's within 3 seconds now.
Yeah, so not sure what Bojangles' pace is relative to Pickerel, especially now Pickerel's got an hour and a half old tires that just took a spin. He's got damage. Now, Pickerel was hunting down Valdez. Now Pickerel's being hunted down by Bojangles. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about the silliness of endurance racing, especially when we get into the final moments. It just starts getting weird.
And just like that, just in an instant, the game completely changes for Pickerel.
Indeed. And I'm going to take a moment. I actually kind of want to focus in on, speaking of somebody who probably doesn't want to run into any drama out on track. It is 19 degrees on track with 5 minutes, 50 seconds left in this race. And Aaron is trying to manage this Porsche home as best he can, putting in decent laps. Oh, there's a spin. Oh,
spin for Bojangles.
Bojangles is now out of it.
A gift for a gift.
I'm telling you, man, it is one of those deals where it is really tricky. Mike Jackson navigating through the GT4 traffic right now, so he is lapping consistently faster than Free. In fact, he is lapping consistently faster than everyone on track right now. However, he's pretty far back. He's probably like a little bit under, what, like 30 seconds, like 29 seconds back from Free. So he's got a lot of ground to cover in 5 minutes. I don't think it's in the cards. He's just got to hope for keeping it consistent, keep it clean. Maybe something happens to Aaron ahead. Aaron's got to be thinking, keep it consistent, keep it clean. No, GT4 guy, please do not break there. Or, something like that.
Right, and as we previously said for Pickerel, now this puts Bojangles in kind of firing range from Pennycook. Only 8-second difference.
Man, I'm glad you caught that, because I totally didn't even think to look at Pennycook's position in relation to Bojangles, and Pennycook is lapping at a 24.888, which is pretty quick. We don't have a good representation of what Bojangles is dealing with in terms of pace, because his last lap was 1:40 after that spin at turn 3. So it's going to be... I just really want to see what it looks like at the end. It's just, we're down to less than 4 minutes. It's going to be a pretty spicy conclusion, I think. In terms of, again, for the folks at home, this is not a street fight anymore. This is a thinking man's game. We're just going to see who's cool, calm, and collected at the end.
I mean, we've got less than 5 minutes left, and we've got some craziness on the track still. So, with that being said, let's just roll through the cars here. So we've got Aaron Free in first place. Got himself into some interesting situations with Boyro and Crow twice. Did on 2 different stints. Then we roll down to the Jackson Kosovich combination in second place. Valdez, Allen, and McConnell. Pickrell Sundar for fourth. Pennycook, and I forget who his teammate was.
Pennycook and Shane Rees. Which, by the way, got around Bojangles because Bojangles had to pit.
Oh boy.
Not sure what that was for.
That's 5th in GT3, Bojangles 6th in GT3, and Williams for the 7th spot. And going into the GT4, first place is Engelman, Miller, Lewis, Chronotis with the Beef Stewards, Boyro, Crow, and then finally Vassal. And I don't know about you, but I love ACC Night. It looks so good.
Oh, the day-night transitions, like what ACC has done with like the overall engine, the presentation of it and stuff like that is fantastic. Like you can't, like the people that have been watching since the beginning of the stream, seeing those cars go like up the hill, through the kink for the first time, through the corkscrew, bunched up together like that, both classes relatively close to one another. That is such an amazing thing to take in. Kunos does a fantastic job with the presentation of the game, especially the lighting effects. Like, I don't know if you guys can see it on the stream right now, but lights on the cars, especially driving around the track, look brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that at a glance, it would be very hard to, very hard to tell if it's real life or game.
Oh, yeah, anybody that wants to pop open YouTube and find like a video from like Dan Suzuki or someone that figured out how to use things like LUTs in OBS and stuff like that, you can make this game look so close to real life. It is ridiculous. I think we're about to hit white flag, by the way. Aaron's going through turn 10 on the approach to the hairpin right now. It's going to probably trigger our white flag conditions. 936 on track, 19 degrees, and it's all about bringing it home for the Dying Lizard 20.
Leader on the final lap. And I'm going to hop on for the first half here with Engelman a little bit, as he is the leader of the GT4 series, or let's say the GT4 class here. Still maintaining that gap, so he's got 20 seconds to Miller. So really great performance by Engelman, although it started off a bit rough at the start of his stint, but was managed to gather himself and put down some great lap times.
And I am looking through the field right now, and the gaps kind of are where they are. I don't really feel like got anybody that can really kind of hustle and make a final move, unless somebody runs out of fuel. It's a calculation that totally could happen.
Absolutely a possibility.
But final 2 corners for the Dying Lizard 22. You want to close this out?
Absolutely. Going into the last corner, the final hairpin onto the straight, going in for a little bit of a wiggle towards the pit wall, and congratulations to Aaron Free and Josh Willis in the number 22 Porsche for the win. We're going to roll down to see where Engelman is as he comes through as well through turn 10 here, going on to the final corner in the Flying Lizard Aston, both liveries by yours truly, Jet Engelman, in the seat right now, going in through the finish line. Congratulations to Mike Burkhoff and Jeremy Engelman for the win in GT4. What a race. That was fantastic. So let's go through and read off the final positions as some of the remainder of the drivers come through. I'm gonna go through the map times here. I'm gonna go through times. Followed by Daniel C305. Thank you, Daniel. So we have, as some of the last drivers come through, Aaron Free and Josh Willis in first place, Jackson Kostovich in second, Valdez Alan McConnell in third, Pickrell Sundar in fourth, Pennycook and Rees in fifth, Bojangles and Harris as the screen changes in sixth, Williams, and I don't remember who his teammate was. I'm unable to look at that right now. In seventh place, closing off the GT3 class, Engelman and Burkhoff winning the GT4 class with Miller and, drawing a blank here.
Wasserman Auto.
Yeah, Wasserman Auto. That's right. To take second. Lewis, solo driver, in third. Finishing up that podium. Carnotus and Snyder in fourth. Boiro and who's that? Provolone in fifth. Crow in sixth. I forget who his teammate was.
Mr. Will Bruner.
Bruner, that's right. The TSR 949 combo. And then Vassal and his teammate, get your help there as well. Beachley in the final position with Espinoza, doing a bit of a early retirement there. So congratulations to all the drivers for finishing off our first 949 Trackalicious Sim Racing Enduro 4 hour at Laguna Seca. And let's see if we can get these guys hop in here with us to have a bit of a discussion. All right. So we can hop into the, actually, let me pull some of these guys over. So let's pull Willis. All right. Willis and Aaron are here. Congratulations, guys. A solid race. Incredible pace, but also paired with incredible pit stops. How do you guys feel?
I feel pretty good. That was a really good race. First stint was awesome. It was a lot of fun, and then after that, it was just managing the car and tires.
Did you guys feel any pressure from the likes of the 69 and the 949 car while you guys were trying to basically manage your race after the first stint?
I don't want to say pressure. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I didn't really feel pressure during the race. Just was constantly being aware of what they were doing and just matching it or doing better without hurting the car.
How was the pit stop execution? It felt like you guys really had that procedure like really nailed down.
It's not Aaron's and mine's first time doing a 4-hour race together, so I don't know. We kind of just, I guess, meshed while doing it. I made sure I called out the exact times of when the driver swap is going to commence and had the car ignition ready for him, so he just turns the car on and drives.
Yeah, it was that simple.
Yeah, that simple.
Aaron, you got yourself into a couple of really sketchy moments with Boiro and Crow battling. Walk us through those potentially race-ending incidents.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a case of, they're fighting for position, and then the GT3 car, the closing speed on this track especially is so fast. I wasn't quite sure which side they were gonna move to, so I think they were a little confused. I was a little confused.
Right, it was quite fortunate to see that there was no contact, so we were on edge. I was like had my heart rate up probably a couple of hundred BPMs there, worried about you guys making through, but glad to see that it was a clean race for both of you guys. A phenomenal finish, phenomenal pace, and really great strategy. So congrats to you both.
Thank you, guys.
As we have both Jeremy Engelman, aka Jet Black, aka the Tennessee Tornado, and Mike Burkhoff here with the incredible win in GT4 class. Hey guys,
how's it going?
Great.
Hey, Eric.
So how did that go for you guys? How did you feel in the car, Mike?
I felt great. I love this early morning. I was ready to go, so I got a good qualifier, and the car felt good. We got lucky there and ended up in some clean air after I forget Lewis, I think it was, right? Made a mistake there, and after that, it was just about having taking care of the strategy. We did a good job with just the right amount of fuel and tire pressures and whatnot. But really fun and clean. Everybody was clean. It was a good race.
Yeah, Mike's being modest. He did a really good job setting up the car between our different pit strategies to take care of tire pressures for the temps, as well as just the car in general, and knowing our touch and go on the gas. He just set the car up for us to win, no matter how hard I tried for us to lose.
We saw you had a bit of an incident going out of the pits there. What happened?
Yeah, I just came in too hot on cold tires. Didn't have the turn in. I hope I didn't get my rights on the track. I think I stayed off, but yeah, it's just a stupid way to start the stint. But I mean, luckily we felt good aside from that, and a little wall touch later on. Just kind of kept clean. Just tried to stay as clean as we could with the GT3 traffic, and let them buy it at smart points, and luckily it all paid off.
How did you guys feel about the management of the stints in this first race of the series?
I mean, I thought it was great. I mean, I don't know. You mean 75 minutes there? I mean, where you're forced to take tires, a couple of times. I think the whole thing worked out well. Obviously, we did really well, so I'm not gonna say otherwise. But it all kind of made sense. And
Yeah,
I couldn't go further than that. Yeah, I couldn't drive longer than anyway. So it's not put me in there for an hour, and I'm trying to get out. So I was lucky to have Jet take over.
Well, guys, that was an incredible performance from you guys. Congratulations. And we just popped in Coasty and Racer X, which I presume is his teammate.
Mike. Yep.
That's the legend, Mike Jackson.
So, guys, how was that race for you? We see you had incredible pace at the start. We were able to be really close to the top three, and then I don't know, a bit of a mistake in the pits, I think it was, that put you guys 20 seconds behind, and were able to maintain that, but a bit of an uphill battle from there.
Yeah, I'll let you take that, Coasty.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we knew it was going to be a struggle with the Porsche BOP at Laguna, but figured heck with it, we'll go with the Lexus, and we were able to keep pace with them and even be faster in draft. But yeah, my little whoopsie daisy in the pit entry there put us about 12 seconds back, and that kind of sealed the deal. We just couldn't make up the time after that point.
Did you guys feel like with up until the point that the 69 car made the mistake. Did you guys feel like that was your race? You were just basically just trying to keep up with car 69 and Valdez and Alan.
Yeah, we were just trying to put in our laps, and when you're trying to chase somebody down, all you can do is hope you can keep up with them and hope something comes your way, something works out. But yeah, it just was a good steady, keep steady pace and try and work your way back up there.
Well, regardless of the mistake, I think that was an incredible performance by you guys. Really great pace. Unfortunately, as we know, there's a lot of variables that go into an endurance race, an endurance racing period, and unfortunately, one of those variables didn't go your way and just really topples the entire equation down, but not entirely. Second place in the endurance is still a really great finish, so congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
No problem. And then we have Beltan in here. So Beltan, you are our only solo driver in the 4-hour endurance. So needless to say, you got quite a bit of seat time. How was that for you?
Oh, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Made a few mistakes. The sausage at the kink got me 3 times. And then the one time it put me in the wall. That's when I was trying to chase down Mike. And that just put me down. And then from there, it was just a recovery race trying to get as many positions back as I could. But all in all, there's certain parts of my body that are kind of numb right now. But for the most part, yeah, no, it was fun racing.
So are you planning for that, for the 4 hours of Bathurst, 8 hours of Silverstone, solo?
Heck yeah! If I can do 8 hours at Nürburgring 24, I can do endurance by myself here.
What a beast!
You sure can. It's gonna be legendary. Can't wait.
You know what? I'm on Team Beltan on that one. I support that. That's awesome. Power to you. Incredible performance. I know a little bit unfortunate to have made a couple of small errors to put you behind, but overall the pace was great, and really happy to see you perform at such a high level, considering that you had to deal with a lot of the physical reality of being seated in a one location for 4 hours.
Hey, it's all about the racing for me. That's what I enjoy doing. That's why I do it. So, the extended periods in the rig's not that big of a deal for me. I just enjoy doing it. That's why I do it. So, looking forward to the next one. Well, hopefully a little bit better luck and see what happens.
Yeah, thank you. And we can roll over to Miller here. Miller and who's your teammate, Miller? I'm sorry, I have a lot of names.
Was driving with me.
Right. So Miller and Was, you had one more, didn't you?
Yeah, Otto, he took off.
Right. So Miller, Otto, and Was coming in second in GT4. Pretty solid performance for you guys. How was that?
Yeah, I mean, our first stint was pretty much nonstop wheel racing, so that was fun for me. Unfortunately, it kind of lost us out in a lot of time because I know I had the pace to be up there with Mike. But that first stint, I just was stuck behind the BMW for probably half of it. And I ended up dropping back about 4 spots in the beginning. So I think I was basically almost dead last and had to make up about 4 or 5 overtakes in that first stint.
Right. That was, and we did see your pace. And I don't think you've driven the Camaro much before this, have you?
Not too much, but it was gelling here at Laguna.
That's amazing. And obviously an incredible last minute livery ad with the Freedom Units Camaro. So that was really exciting to watch go around the track. So really great to see. Great performance by you guys. Congratulations on that second place finish, and looking forward to see you guys pop back in for the next race at Bathurst.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thanks, Miller. Now, on to the biggest upset of the entire race. Mr. Jeff Allen and Mr. Valdez, what happened?
Yeah, well, fortunately, everything kind of went wrong for us. We, about 15, 20 minutes into my first stint, had to make a big correction going into the corkscrew, and my G920 just wasn't having it. So when the in-game wheel was straight, my wheel with my hands was offset about 30 degrees to the left. So it was just completely lost all calibration. Tried to salvage what we could behind Josh. He had great pace, and we figured, there's no reason to push with my equipment being in the state it was. So we went for the second stint and forgot to put fuel in Mitch's car. Jeff had a fantastic stint. He held it together great, and so did Mitch. When I got in the car for my final stint, I had assumed I had fixed everything on the calibration side, and I had no force feedback. So as you can imagine, that no force feedback with the Porsche on Laguna was pretty tough. But I'm happy that the team enjoyed themselves and we kept P3, so that's all good.
Yeah, so that's quite incredible given the circumstances that you guys had to deal with. So it's tough. It's a tough, one thing that you don't get is mechanical failures in the game, considering it's a simulation. So we don't have any of that to deal with, but that doesn't negate any of the real life failures that you can get in equipment. So unfortunate for you guys to have had dealt with that. Jeff, how was your stint? How did you find the Porsche around Laguna Seca?
Laguna, not my best track, but I was just trying to keep it, on all four wheels and just make it to the end of the stint. But it was a fun race.
That's good.
So
Well, go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I'm kind of curious because you guys had some really good pace early on, even with the technical difficulties. What are your feelings on the Porsche around Bathurst for 4 hours?
I haven't spent a lot of time in the Porsche around Bathurst, but I do plan on getting a lot of practice in before next week.
Yeah, I personally won't be there for that race in Bathurst, but I do know that in the Porsche you can really make a lot of time up going up the mountain, so that straight doesn't kill you on the way down. But it's a great Porsche track, and I'm confident that Mitch and Jeff can bring it home.
So what they're referring to, well, it's actually we have our GT3 series going to Bathurst next week. So we're going to be running Bathurst, which is going to be a bit of practice for at least our TSR guys for when we run the endurance coming in November 13th.
We've had some experience with that as well, but I think only Chris Pennycook and Shane have recent experience in GT3 racing around Bathurst, because Costy's a steward when we ran it during this season in 949, and Beltan doesn't race on Thursdays. So it's going to be an interesting experience for the GT3 guys, but the Beamer GT3 guys are well versed in how to deal with Bathurst. They've raced it a lot.
Yeah, so it is going to be interesting to see how that plays out for the next series. Thank you, Travis and Jeff, and say hi to Mitch for us. Tell him not to ruin his fueling next time, so we get a bit more competitive finishes. But appreciate you guys. You guys looked great out there, and hopefully the next time around you don't run into as many issues.
I appreciate it, Eric. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Whelpcase, as well.
Hey, thanks. It was a lot of fun. You guys got some pace. I'm looking forward to seeing what the car does in Bathurst and Silverstone.
Absolutely.
So that's our 4-hour driver swap enduro at Laguna Seca. Did see a late follow here. Thank you, Kilo Suave. Appreciate you joining us. Hope you're able to join a little bit earlier for our next endurance, which is November 13th. Another 4-hour driver swap enduro at Bathurst. And to finally close off the endurance series on December 11th, the 8-hour driver swap enduro at Silverstone. Well, got anything to add?
How was your first endurance race? Calling it.
Loved it. It was really fun. I have to admit, real life physical stuff, real life stuff has got me to the point of just sheer exhaustion. So be really good to have some coffee next time. I don't drink coffee, for those that weren't here earlier, but yeah, I mean, it's always fun streaming with you. It's my second time, and appreciate the knowledge and information that you bring onto the track, as well as the amount of words that you add to a 4-hour enduro with only 14 cars on track. So your skills are seem boundless, and appreciate you streaming with us.
I appreciate the kind words. This was a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for putting it together, and don't sell yourself short. You guys got some good broadcasters in TRACKILICIOUS. I watched the GT4 racing, the GT3 racing. It's some really good stuff. The thing that was fun, it was your first endurance race calling it. It was really a lot of fun to get to do it with you. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm glad that my large bag of words that I could just spray out on the stream I hope it was entertaining for everybody in chat, and I hope it was entertaining for all of you guys when they go back and watch the stream.
Absolutely. Thank you again, and thank you for 949 for joining us. This was a endurance race and series brought to you by TRACKILICIOUS and 949 in partnership, and we hope to see more channels and communities join us. We'd love to see this thing grow. So if there's anyone from any of the other communities that are interested in endurance type driver swap racing, please hit us up on Discord. Our information's up on TRACKILICIOUS.com. That's TRACKILICIOUS.com, and we have the link to 949's channels as well up on the endurance page on our sim racing tab. So look us up, come join us on Discord, join our races. We have a GT3 series running on Sundays, GT4s on Thursdays, and a Porsche Cup series that we run on Saturdays. So for those of you who are interested, feel free to join us. And well, what do your series look like in 949?
So we've got, I believe the series finale is coming up this Thursday at Sano. Double points endurance finish, and that's it for the 949 GT Sprint Series. Got the endurance races that are coming up. We usually have a break in between seasons. Might do some. We're definitely going to do our normal like open lobbies on Wednesday and stuff like that. So if people want to come check us out on Wednesdays, we're always doing our thing Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7. So
awesome.
That's us.
Well, again, thank you very much, and thank you to the 949 crew for joining us and partnering up with us in this endurance series. Appreciate everything. Thank you all who were on the stream and watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This was our first race in our endurance series for the 4-hour Laguna Seca, and we've got the 4 hours of Bathurst coming up on November 13th and the 8 hours of Silverstone on December 11th. Thank you very much to everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world, and hope to see you back. Take care.
Have a good night, guys.